Onlu, $50,000 tournament on the line. 17K for first, 9K for second. Best of 11 could be a really long one. What are your predictions? What are your hopes and dreams for this one?
Well, my hopes and dreams are naturally going to be for a very close and exciting series, but you know what? I'm going to go bold and I'm going to say MBL, but it's going to be close. So you need to take, what, 6 games? So let's go 6-4 MBL.
Okay, I would go exactly. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah.
Finish your thought.
I was just going to say, he's going to make the comeback happen in sets versus Leary.
Okay, well, we'll put him 5-1 in official sets then. 20-3 in maps is pretty crazy, but obviously those were mixed game tournaments as well. I will go with the prediction the other way around, and we'll predict a 6-4 in favor of Leary here. And, well, we're starting off with Burmese against Cumin. Quite an interesting pick. 2 very low-picked civilizations here, and we did see Leary winning with Burmese yesterday. I think this should be a pretty good counter to what we expect should be a 2TC play from Cumin.
Yeah, definitely. I don't know, I guess, what the rationale would be for like picking these specific civs. I mean, there are so many different civs in the best of 11. But, I mean, honestly, Leary could go full clown style if he wants and just go like FC forward castle drop a Rambai. And I feel like humans would have a really hard time dealing with that.
The thing is, though, MBL already dropping the barracks, so he won't go for the early TC. Did send 4 villagers on wood as well, and he will play it a bit differently.
Interesting. That's a very early barracks, too, before a mill.
Okay.
Wonder if he's going to be going for a drush.
Yeah, he has to, right? That is the playstyle. Maybe a drush into double TC play. Maybe a drush into kip checks, honestly. Could be a nice thing, right? Gold spots, zone spots, not that pretty, though.
Yeah, that hill is rather inconveniently placed. Otherwise, you know, you could have a decent TC spot between the gold and the wood line. Maybe put a TC on the stone in the back. Still pretty awkward, though.
Yeah, I agree. So, you said 6-4 in favor of MBL. What has to be his recipe for success?
I think in terms of MBL versus Leary, MBL just needs to, I think, weather the storm of Leary. He needs to sit back, relax. I think not get nervous, not get tilted. I think that would definitely be very important, especially in a drawn-out series. But I think if he can make sure he gets his own game plan up and running, I think that MBL can actually have a really good shot here. I mean, he's been playing super well all tournament.
MBL actually getting housed here, and
25
I mean, that early. Oh, it is an MBL thing.
Yeah, that we just have to be predicting that.
So, Leary yesterday struggled a lot against mangonel aggression, something that MBL has shown he can do quite successfully. He had 20 hours to prepare after he played the series against Mr. Yo. Probably can talk to Hera. Do you think he learned a lot? Did he change something, or do you think he will be as clueless as yesterday?
Knowing these guys, probably the latter.
Okay.
I mean, especially Leary, like that's a very long series he played against Yo, and I think at this point, honestly, I think it's more a matter of predicting what your opponent's doing and then trying to at least be prepared for that, rather than like trying to adapt your play style at this point. I think you just want to play what you're comfortable with.
Okay. Nice preemptive waltz here by Leary, who seems to be playing a fast castle himself. We'll play it, well, with small walls around his villagers. Is that a misplaced mining camp, or is that 1 tile away?
It looks like it's 1 tile away.
Okay. So, quite a ballsy play by Leary here, we have to say. MBL, well, not going on to stone, is going for a second lumber camp. 3 villages on gold. I'm a bit clueless what MBL is up to.
MBL always does a lot of, like, I feel like rather strange plays in terms of his early game. Like, it looks like it will be for a super greedy play, but then he ends up just going for, like, a bunch of army in feudal age, but then nothing aggressive. I don't know. But both players clicking up at fairly early times, I have to say. Now Barracks coming in here for Leary. This is really strange.
I think Leary is just playing fast castle with the stable. At least that's what feels very likely to me. Or is he going for simply crossbows? Maybe crossbow and the forward siege workshop. Let's remember, he did play against, I think... Whose Cumans did he play against? He did play against Doubt Cumans, right?
Yeah, that was the famous 0 TC play from Doubt.
Yeah, and that was with Vikings and did surround his opponent with archers, but still managed to go Castle Age at like 1930.
Yeah, definitely. It will be interesting to see. I think that game number 1, both these guys are going to be willing to maybe try something a little bit out of the ordinary. Leary also luring in all of his Ostrichen deer, and that is a stable and a blacksmith. So indeed it will be Fast Castle Knights. Leary thinking he is playing a team game back in 2011, 2012.
I'm not even... Did he even play in 2011, 2012? Probably not,
think no.
right?
He probably would have just been a BF pleb back then.
Maybe some single player.
Yeah.
So, Knights, I'm not even too sure about that. Has 3 on gold. Maybe an aggressive siege workshop might be an option. Drops a tower at his gold. That indicates a 1TC play.
Yeah, definitely. I think this is still a rational thought versus Cumans, who you would expect to be behind economically against anyway. But look at MBL. He's saying, Cumans more like who-mans? Because he's just going for archers.
Plays the mind games there. Leary with a nice quick waltz is on point here. Lovely stuff. Obviously, an best of 11 series could be really draining. We will take a close look if he will be able to do those quick waltz in 10 games as well.
Yeah, definitely. It seemed like Yo perhaps got a little bit fatigued towards the end of the last series yesterday. Making a few mistakes here and there, but it was still so close. But, oh, actually deleting the Palisades is Leary.
Well, scared of that one archer. I'm a bit surprised how that one villager is moving there. What is he trying to do? Is accepting that the villager dies there? That's a weird move to me.
Yeah. Well, that is the first villager kill of the day. Castle Age is almost in here for Leary. He's going to be getting up at a very good time. And he will be getting some knights out, and he will be more or less fine. And I think this is still going to be quite good for Leary, because even though he lost a villager, MBL's still only on 1 TC, and he is very far away from Castle Age. So just some knights, and then dropping the forward Mangonel Siege Workshop thingy could be really scary.
Let's see if he goes for that thingy. And don't you think like maybe even an elephant might be the better choice to clear this one up?
Maybe. Well, he's going for the knight. The thing with the knight is that it can chase down the units. And whereas the unit, like the militia and whatnot, can run away from the elephant, especially if he's not Khmer, right?
Siege Workshop at home. That is a weird choice, and that's something you would not see from basically anyone else that plays this kind of style. They always try to get the Siege Workshop up very aggressively, trying to sneak it and try to pressure the goals ASAP.
Yeah, very much so. I mean, we've seen this all tournament long, but nope. Going to be just a defensive Siege Workshop at home. I guess Leary's really feeling the heat from this pressure, and he's going to end up losing another villager here to MBL. That has a Scorpion on the way.
Yeah, Scorpion is, I believe, the right choice here. Goes for the monastery behind this one as well. 1TC play against 1TC play still. Castle Age against Feudal Age. MBL actually surprisingly low. Okay, 5 villages ahead, but also as wheelbarrow.
Has wheelbarrow also still only on the 1 TC. This effectively means his Civ has no eco bonus if he's not utilizing that timing advantage. Also, Leary prioritizing husbandry over forging, which I find interesting since he already outspeeds everything.
Yeah, that is indeed weird. Huh. I'm a bit surprised by that. How many Scorpions are you waiting for till you unleash there?
I think you're probably waiting for maybe 3 knights, and then however many Scorpions you have at that point.
Ah, yeah, okay. Yeah. Gets back with his knights first, takes some hits, probably wants to heal them up. Not the highest gold count for him though. Villagers blocking each other a bit. The tower maybe a bit misplaced. Maybe one more tile to the right might have been better.
Yeah, it's hard to judge these things when they're on hills, but yeah, the villagers are going to end up taking the long way around, especially since there's that palisade wall that's snuck behind the watchtower.
Okay, good time to unleash the scorpions, indeed, trying to chase down the retreating unit, get some archerinos. Knights relatively low though, can't really engage there, might lose two. No, he is on his toes.
Indeed he is. Castle Age is on the way now for MBL. He's gathering a fair amount of stone, going to be likely going for some Kipchoks. And this is something that would make sense versus Burmese anyway, a civ that you would imagine would be fairly weak to strong cav archers, what with their lack of second armor, or their archers and all that stuff. Like the monk, though, here for Leary, going to be able to heal up all of those injured knights.
When we have 1 on 4 HP, 1 on 2 HP, so yeah, there can be some wave happening. Now the defensive tower here by MBL needs to hold, but not the craziest pressure, only now the first mangonel.
Yep, first mangonel now coming in. Leary was mostly concerned with defending at that point. Leary himself is not going onto stone just yet. He's just someone in general I feel like who very, very rarely goes onto stone early. Now the Scorpion's going to be working away at the town center.
Oh, mangonel intercepted though. That's something that should never ever happen. Oh, that's such a big pickup for MBL.
Yeah, it's great awareness from MBL, but you kind of have to expect that if you're Leary. MBL knows that, okay, these random infantry units are not going to be doing a whole heck of a lot in the near future, so might as well maybe try and snipe a few reinforcing units, and just getting the mangonel there completely unprotected is definitely a nice unexpected windfall for MBL.
Oh, sweet stuff. Now the craziest thing is, if he actually builds an archer, he can kill 2 knights at the front. But yeah, not going to happen. Knights not taking the fight at the back. Shouldn't see a single loss. Indeed, nice micro there by Leary. But still not too much healing going on. Now only the first knight, but not a crazy aggression. And MBL will get a defensive castle up.
Yeah, indeed. Also, quick question. What colors do you have for MBL and Leary?
I have Leary in blue and MBL in red.
Okay, good. Same. Just thought that would be good to be on the same page with. But yes, castle's coming in. Kipchoks will be on the way, but there are already plenty of knights here for Leary. They do have +1/+1, no bloodlines. And the Kipchoks are individually quite weak, so it's going to be a little while before MBL can really, I think, start to push out of his base.
Huh, will be tricky. What is Leary building against those? Well, he's going on stone now. Skirm's not the craziest option for the Mies, obviously. Knight, well then good luck microing, especially 2 players from Europe. Kipchoks are so strong there.
Oh yeah, Kipchoks, they just run around with their magical bows that fire before they're even drawn. So hard to fight against. But, of course, it is what they're going to be going for in this scenario. And I'd still like it overall as a game plan. MBL Leary, I think he's going to have to just rely on monks, knights, and mangonels.
God, Leary is so on point, fighting with high HP knights and retreating with low HP knights. Just such a good way of playing here. And, well, it's getting rewarded. Look at that KD.
That is a pretty KD right there. 23-5. Oh, Mangonel coming in for MBL. Going to be able to nab a Scorpion for free. That is certainly not anything you will complain about. And still both players on the 1 town center, as Lear's just now getting his second one up.
Kipchoks, they don't want to engage this. Are they going for the counterattack? Seems like it. And Leary, well, he has 1, 2 monks, 1 mangonel at home, but will get the TC up. I think he shouldn't have too many problems dealing with those 3 Kipchoks.
Yeah, I think he should be fine. Perhaps if MBL rotates a bit to the south, he could snipe a monk and a spearman, potentially. But we'll have to see. Is going to now reveal himself, and the mangonel is going to reveal itself with flinging a bunch of rocks, and indeed looks like he will at least get a monk for his troubles.
Well, easy pick up there. Leary wasn't aware of that one. Still active at the front.
Indeed, both players just trying to apply some aggression to the other. Unfortunately, for humans is that since they don't go for a guard tower, you obviously can't go for a guard tower defense, which is something that I think would be a really good answer to what Leary is throwing at MBL right now. So he kind of just has to wait until he has enough stone for another castle, but oh, a very sad looking watchtower coming up on the right.
Well, against one Mangonel that has 6 HP. One Watchtower is actually enough to deal with this.
Yeah, usually you see players with a villager forward here at this point, but not Leary for some reason. And indeed, the one Watchtower, well, I stand corrected. That Watchtower is totally scary for that 6 HP Mangonel.
I'll make it a 2 HP Mangonel. Yeah. Leary, he needs to send his stuff home. The Kipchak's now coming forward. Remember, 40 HP on a Kipchak, so Mangonel could one-shot those if he gets some reasonable hits off, but nice dodge.
Yep, Kipchaks are incredibly maneuverable, but you have to be careful. The Knights are going to do so much damage to them, killing them in only 4 hits. But still, more or less units just trading with each other, and the game is progressing on normally, but this is, I think, good for Leary, because he's gotten the second TC, he's getting a better eco, he's already 8 villagers ahead, and he's just big chillin' right now.
Okay, I'm really working with my chat here, like, the half of people saying game is too low, game is too loud, you are too low, you are too low. Well, it's game number 1 of potentially 11, so better now fix everything and then be fine. MBL now adding a stable at home.
MBL indeed adding the stable. There are plenty of random siege units. I think a few step lancers mixed in could be great in terms of just sniping those guys. Ooh, MBL is on the prowl. Is he going to see the monk? It's just out of line of sight. The old man escapes with the relic for now.
Okay. 3 relics at least, and we have another one. Okay, that's likely going to be... What? Am I confused? Yeah, okay, I confused TCs with relics here. But 3 relics still...
TCs are the big buildings. Relics are just the little things.
Ah, okay. Yeah, sometimes I get confused there.
It's okay.
And it seems like Leary should have the good advantage. Obviously, with Burmese, makes it so much easier. Goes for redemption now. Hello.
Indeed, he is. And with Husbandry now in, to be fair, the Kipchaks are going to have to be a little bit scared. Look at those attack rounds. Those are really nice attack rounds.
That was so good there. Basically in the path. And, well, MBL, he is running fast, but apparently Mangonel's pretty good against those.
Oh, yeah. Bloodlines is now in. That probably saved a couple of the Kipchaks right there. As Bloodlines is actually, plus 50% HP for Kipchaks, it's obviously such a very critical upgrade to get for that unit. Monastery now coming in forward here for MBL. That seems kind of interesting to me. I wonder what he's up to, because I would think he'd want to go for like a faster Imperial Age, but he doesn't really have the gold.
I don't really know either. Like 1-2 monks could be nice for some healing. Yes, some lower HP Kipchaks could be nice against the knights. Leary is building the defensive castle and should be up to imp earlier though.
Yeah, he's already got the gold. He just needs to wait for a little bit more food to come in. Probably he's going to have to cut it with the knight production for a little bit, which might be a little bit scary, but he can mix in some Arambai, and the siege units are going to be the most critical in terms of defense. And indeed, 2 Mangonels and 3 Scorpions is not something those Kipchaks are ever going to feel good about engaging.
And, like, 1 year ago, people were good at split microing. Now people kind of ground attack into the potential splits. Next year, the next micro level is just to stand still and people shoot next to you. There is just so much mind games when it comes to that. And, well, you don't want to be on the downside of the mind game and simply eat 2 Mangonel shots in your Kipchak face.
Oh, definitely not. That's why I go with the 3000 IQ play and just attack the units with the Mangonel, hoping that they split micro, and then, I don't have to micro at all.
Yeah, I just run.
Just run. That works too. And Capped Ram coming in now for MBL. He is going for the big Castle Age push with humans. Interesting.
Well, let's take a look. Lots of Monka S here. Nice conversion. Mangonel gets the shot off. And Sandy, 4 Mangonels. You can't break that with Capped Rams.
No, you can't. There was the stable earlier coming in from MBL. I suppose that was just for the Bloodlines upgrade. He has a camel too. I think some Step Lancers would not be amiss here at all. It's just they're so fast and good at sniping down random siege units. Notably, there is no +2 defense in here for Leary, so that's definitely something. And with the power of micro and a hill, oh, this is so close.
Knights aren't really around. Mangonel's missing heavily. 3 Mangonels going down already. 1 left. Kipchaks are really low, but getting away.
Indeed they are. The Scorpions do represent the sort of persistent damage that you can't really dodge. But still, the Kipchoks are more or less cleaning this up. Still no +2 defense, I think, is a big problem, but all of the siege units have now fallen. Skirms now coming in here for Leary. The power of Burmese Skirms going to save the day.
Burmese Skirms, obviously. Oh, well, we see 3 Kipchoks converted at the top, having the big problem that with Burmese, you don't even have the second defense upgrade, so Skirms, normally a unit that rely on their armor heavily here, not really shining in that regard.
Definitely not. There are a few camels here for MBL, but I feel like he's just going to get smashed in the face by just a bunch of, random units from Leary. That's just, his eco is so much better, his tech is going to be better, but he's going to need to survive in the right now time. And honestly, the tech switch is not at all paying off.
How is Leary over 20 villagers ahead against humans?
Well, the Cuman player is just now adding his second town center.
Wow.
So it's like humans, if you don't go for the TC in Feudal Age, you just have no eco bonus, and it's pretty feels bad, man.
Second castle went at the left-hand side. Ballistics desperately missing here. Won't really get too many kills. Those Kipchoks, well, will die eventually. And that's an imp that MBL probably didn't expect.
He might not have expected it, but he's going to have to deal with it. Bracer on the way as well as block printing. And now chain barding armor coming in, there we go, is going to be the play of choice here for MBL, but with only 72 villagers, he's not really going to be able to sustain a bunch of knights.
Mass conversion in the center, or a Mangler shot to the face. One of the two. Let's take a look. Monks taking it like the old men that they are. Mangler deleted after this one. Now some conversions, but lots of monk losses.
Oh yeah, this is, if you're not winning with monks, you're probably not using enough monks, because enough monks kill everything. And indeed, enough conversions coming in just at the last second. There were many monk losses, though, so it still was quite expensive for Leary. But he's got the eco, he's able to afford that, and now he's going to be the one looking to go on the offensive.
And going for relic number 5 as well. So on the offensive, better economy, relic advantage for the long run. Now grabbing a siege workshop in the center before the ram comes out, maybe. No, ram is there. Monk is getting sniped. So MBL still hungry to go for a castle age push. This shouldn't really work.
No, his eco is way too small. And again, I have to question, why are you doing this with humans? It just seems like you're not at all using the civilization to its strength. I mean, like, Kipchoks are fun, they're good, but they're not that good, especially without any sort of eco, and Leary just playing solidly, and...
Yeah. Still didn't get the siege workshop. By the way, Capt Ram cancelled at one point. Pikeman now being mixed in here. Spearman for now, but having so much attack that I might even consider them Pikemen.
Yep, all that extra bonus damage that Burmese get with their infantry for free. And Captram's now coming in. The military count is still even for what it's worth, and Knight plus Kipchok is really scary, especially if the pikeman numbers are still very low. This feels like Leary should have this, but he's still trickling in these units one by one.
14 units only when it comes to military from him. 0% gold. Now some elephants and monks being added again, and well, those monk losses really cost him.
Yeah, I mean, monks are obviously very, very expensive. He's now got some elephants on the way, but now his production buildings are under threat. So if MBL can sort of ride this momentum, it's probably his only shot at winning this game at this point. There is one monk, notably, for MBL on, that's around here, so it can go for the conversion. The skirms might be trying to prevent that, but he doesn't notice, and MBL does get the conversion on the elephant. There's another one coming in, but still, every little bit helps in terms of just really trying to make this push happen. Literally only at 13 military.
And still only one armor here on his halberdiers. That makes those 3 Kipchoks really good at keeping the numbers low. Barrack count, not that high anymore. What are we looking at? 3 barracks at the moment, builds 2 more.
Yeah, Leary's going to desperately be needing that. He's getting his upgrades in right now, and I still feel like Leary's going to be holding eventually, just because MBL... Like, if you're going for, like, a huge Castle Age push, like in late Castle Age, you're probably going to be wanting to have it, like, 120 to 130 villagers, and MBL just doesn't even have 100. So Leary, I think, is just going to be muscling his way through at this point, now that his upgrades are coming in, and I think he should be taking this.
Chemistry is something I would really love to see. Still doesn't even have the first defense upgrade there on his skirms. Gets another conversion against the elephant, though.
Indeed, he does, but still the Halberdier numbers are steadily increasing. And yeah, I don't think this is something MBL can sustain. And there's chemistry.
Lovely stuff here. And would love to see the second farm upgrade from Leary, something he didn't focus on too much yesterday either. And, well, Burmese trash, not the craziest ever, mainly because of the skirmishers, but fighting against Castle Age, good enough.
Well, the skirmishers are pretty bad, but their halberdiers are awesome, and they do have fully upgraded hussars that actually get bonus damage against buildings once you get monopore cavalry, so that's pretty good. It's just that their skirms are really bad. But still, they're doing the job right now, especially against Castle Age units, as you say.
Oh, another monk getting killed as well. And now a solid 30 population lead here for our Austrian. Starting off with a good game number 1.
Yeah, indeed. Just very solid play and kind of a weird approach from MBL. Mangonel coming in, not really getting a whole lot done. Hald should take care of that guy pretty soon. MBL's still making some archery ranges. And it's clicking up to Imperial Age, but I feel like it's a little too far gone for that.
Feels like it will lose villagers at the stone there, needs to evacuate. Wood not too pretty, and, well, he sees, well, that's not going to go my way. Taps out game number 1.
That was a really weird game. Like, I didn't really get either player's early games, but at least Leary sort of made sense, and he played more or less standard, even if he didn't go forward with the siege, but he just kind of weathered the storm of MBL, actually, and just made it to Imp and smashed him.
I think this is a lot of mind games, right? Cumin, what do I expect, what my opponent expects, and how do I counter that? And apparently the random generator of MBL came up with, okay, let's wall and go for some archers. Leary simply went for an open forest castle, walled, one defensive tower, pretty sharp build order, 1630, got to the early night, and therefore made a defense happen. Maybe MBL on a second archer range could have pressured a bit more?
Yeah, maybe. It was... Yeah, I just went for one archery range and then Castle Age behind it. Project Belgium says that MBL played like this because his map was too bad to go for Boom. If MBL went for Boom, Leary would castle drop him. Well, I guess that just gets to the point where it all comes down to mind games. Then you have to remember, like, why are you picking humans on a map that's going to be so hard to boom anyway?
Yeah, well, it was one of his latest picks, right? So he got out of the way there. I think Burmese are a good civilization against Cumin. We have to say that simply because the castle drop just plays into favor of Burmese so much.
Yeah, definitely. But that is game number 1. We still got plenty of series ahead of us. Neither player going with an especially top pick as it goes. And yeah, we'll see what the game number 2 has in store for us.
So how deep were we in the picks there? Burmese, okay, and Cumin, so relatively even in row number 3. At least how I structured it.
Well, I actually have Burmese in row 2 and Cumins in row 3.
Oh,
I have a
different breaking
I
points.
have a 4x3 grid.
I have a 3x4.
Well, feels different zoom levels, man. But I mean, is it even really worth like trying to predict what the other guy is going for next at this point? I mean, there's still 11 different civs you can go for.
I personally think it's super random, and people think they're smarter than they actually are, and it's a lot of guessing. But, well, if you put a lot of thought into it, and if you're right, it's okay to feel happy.
Oh yeah, you can feel like you outskilled them. But I mean, you're picking a bunch of civs. You're probably not going to go for your super strong civs early on. I think that's really the only guessing point you can have is like, okay, they're not going to be going for any of their first row civs, probably.
Why? I know that Mr. Yo said that as well. Why don't you go for the best civ in your first game?
I think, I mean, obviously I can't speak for the pro players, but at least my thought process would be that it's the first game. It's kind of a warm-up, getting a feel for your opponent, especially in a longer series. Play a civ that is solid, but not your top-tier pick, and then sort of see how the draft evolves, and then maybe you can get like the really strong picks.
Okay, but I think in best of 11 that makes a bit more sense, especially because I don't think you go for too many warm-up games in a best of 11, but especially in a best of 5, I don't see any reason why you shouldn't really go for the best Civ, because like seeing how the draft develops isn't really a thing in a best of 5, right? You are instantly in the draft.
Yeah. Like you're I mean, I would just pick my 5 best civs and, you know, pick them in some reasonably good order. I mean, I do think for game number 1, it definitely, there's a lot to be said for picking a civ that's like just pretty good all around. You know, like has a, you know, pretty solid matchup spread, has a lot of different things they can go for. Just like see what your opponent's game plan is going to be. And game number 2 is live.
Indeed, I'm at 1 minute 40 seconds and see 2 very different maps here. MBL in the left-hand side corner with 3 goals that will be relatively open for him. Leary, well, he has to be happy with how his goals are positioned.
Yeah, that is a gold in the back, a gold kind of on the side, and a gold in the back indeed. A little open to the left side of Leary's base, but still nothing you can't deal with, and he should be pretty happy with that.
I think it might even be the small wall, like house towards the stone, and then try to defend your right-hand side. You could go for the big walls there in front, include your gold, but I think that's simply too far, and you can't really hold that wall.
Yeah, no, I totally agree with the small wall play, especially because you can just go to the back of your base, and that'll have a lot of extra wood lines and golden stone and stuff, and your berries are in the back too, so that is pretty nice. Meanwhile, Matt for MBL has a lot of forward golds, which is rather unfortunate, but I guess what can be said is it's a bit easier to wall, so I guess that's a little bit of a redeeming factor.
I think MBL will wall to that gold and then maybe the archer ranges in front of that. But speaking of archer ranges, Ethiopians against Japanese. How does that one typically play out?
Well, both are fairly similar in that they have a lot of great early feudal age options. Japanese with their super men-at-arms, Ethiopians with the faster firing archers and extra resources. To me, this seems like a very even matchup.
Okay. For some people that's scratching their heads and want to learn more about specific Civ matchups, this is the time to do some advertisement. A weekly thread in Reddit talking about different Civ matchups, and one wonderful person is doing those, or Mr. Ondo himself, listing what are the strengths of those civilizations and what are good army compositions. How many episodes did we have yet?
I've been doing them practically every Wednesday since before I even started casting for a little like 3 years.
Okay, so
we have like I think, yeah, like we have around 150 so far.
Sick.
It's actually pretty cool. Like I have an Excel spreadsheet, you know, where I'm like slowly filling in all the different matchups there are, and it's pretty cool to see over time. And honestly, I'm surprised that, you know, it's still as popular as it is, but people really seem to like them still.
Yeah. I like them as well. And that's often like people ask me how to design army composition. I do tell them, go to that thread and, well, when will you finish that? After 11 years, a bit more than 11 years, right? 595 matchups?
Yeah, that sounds about right. I mean, I'm just going to keep doing them until people don't like them anymore. But yeah, it's fun. And speaking of fun, we have Drush coming in for both players again.
Fun!
What
is that random palisade there? He probably walled the villager in a bit earlier. Scout with 3 HP should get home there. Leary can't get the kill. MBL, not interested in defense. He's going for the counterattack.
Indeed he is. Sort of a similar idea to what he did last time with the Kipchoks and just trying to go for a counterattack. But, have to see. Leary is probably going to be totally fine. Woodline's not walled in quite yet, but he could do so fairly comfortably. And I guess the question then becomes, who's going to, I guess, play this game of chicken of who's going to click up to feudal age first? Who's going to try and go for some aggression, or if they're just going to try and go to castle age?
Well, chicken is on the side of Leary because he actually went for a drush with only 1 militia against MBL, who went for the quote-unquote full 3 militia drush.
Yeah, I wonder if that's just supposed to be a debate or something. But, well, Leary's going to be clicking up on...
that will be ugly. It's so easy to miss wall here. But Leary, he is sharp today.
Very nicely done. Yeah, has to be a little bit careful with the gold, but that's a very easy quick wall. Indeed, he will do that. And I guess we can say that's a nice little win for Leary because he didn't invest anything into this. Or he invested much less.
Yeah, it's so easy for him. He can easily transition into double archery range there. And that will be tricky for MBL. Simply because he is a solid 3 villagers behind. We have some timing and, well, the gold is still looking pretty ugly. Tries to wall around it.
Yeah, I mean, if anyone can find a way to make that wall work, it's MBL, but it's definitely pretty ugly. And 24 villagers versus 21. Yeah, both these players are just going to be going for some feudal age play. Archers and skirmishers. I mean, obviously, Ethiopians are going to have the advantage in a straight-up archer shootout, but Japanese do have the ability to go for bloodlines for knights in Castle Age, which is really nice.
And there he's only sending 2 villagers onto gold, while I see villager number 3 going over there. So I think it will be a mix of skirm archer, and then it becomes a bit more tricky for the Ethiopian player.
Yeah, it's like one of those situations with all the good archer civs, where it's like you want to make archers, but then your opponent makes skirmishers, and you're like, well, darn, now I have to make skirmishers too.
Yeah, well, that's then your civ isn't really shining anymore, right?
Yeah, definitely. No, it's like it's the correct counterplay, but you know, whenever you're playing Mayans or Britons or Ethiopians or Vietnamese, you're just feeling kind of bad, man. Well, Vietnamese get the extra HP on their skirms too, so they're fine.
Huh. So villagers now moving forward of Leary. I think he's not the guy that normally goes for the aggressive tower. Probably just goes for the zebra. Indeed, he is. No shenanigans there. Where's the blacksmith of Leary? More on the later side.
Yeah, very commonly we've been seeing players opt for the 1 archery range and then blacksmith and then 2nd archery range, but Leary going for, I'd say, a little bit more traditional style of just double archery range first. Meanwhile, MBL only has 1 archery range and actually pokes down the spearman, or with the spearman, the scout cavalry. There we go. And actually, 2nd archery range for him, no blacksmith.
Interesting. Okay. That's a weird choice. Probably he wants to go for lots of skirmishes himself. A bit surprised that he sent 3 on gold, simply because he saw the double archery range and he should get 100 gold while reaching full age. Is that farm next to the TC or is that... Yeah, it is. Just looks a bit weird.
Yeah, farms are all good. I think the desert terrain makes the farms graphically bug out or something.
Mm-hmm.
But you have to imagine, you can't blame the farms too much. Trying to irrigate this desert, really a tricky situation.
Where do you even get all the water from to water those plants?
We don't talk about the ecological impact these players have when playing KOTD.
Okay.
Truly an environmental catastrophe.
Okay. Well, there are soccer World Cups in the deserts. There are Age of Empires tournaments in the deserts. We're living in a questionable age.
Of Empires 2.
Definitive edition.
The Last Cons.
KOTD finals.
No items, final destination.
Okay, Leary now walling the bottom as well. Finally, the blacksmith out of him. Same timing for MBL, so not a lot of crazy stuff happening.
Nope, but Leary does have this 1 archer here at MBL's woodline just being a little bit annoying. It's something that he actually did in the series versus Yo, I believe, and a Hera. Just a little nice annoying thing makes your opponent have to send a unit over there. Fletching now coming in for both players at almost the same time.
Okay. The archer. Oh no, he is doing something. Moves. He is.
It's his dance. Move. It's his dance move.
Shoot. Shooting. Okay.
Shooter. Yeah, I think Fletching came in.
Yeah, he was just waiting for Fletching. Waiting for my command to fire, sire.
Well, we have the mixed archer skirm army for Leary, but that's worse than the pure skirm army. It's always like a little bit of a guessing game of like, okay, I want to make archers, but the archers die to the skirmishers. But that's going to be some nice early pickoffs here for MBL, who is totally safe at home. Leary going for the walls that we were suggesting as well, also going to be more or less completely safe. And if we're looking at Castle Age times, it actually looks like it's going to be a bit faster here for Leary.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and well, he designed his map obviously a bit easier. I love that he's opening the walls there, creates some more walls behind the woodlines, and yeah, well, I can ask a bit more. Like, look at the Japanese mill. There is a lot of water, and I'm not really sure where it's coming and where it's going.
Yeah, that's a fair point. Well, it's probably like one of those fountains, right? You know, the water just goes into that little pond, and then the pond has like a pipe that pumps up to the top of the mill.
Oh, like a magic trick. Magic trick mill.
Yeah, it's a magic trick mill. Yeah, perfect. Coming from a cistern, yeah, that probably makes sense too.
Well, there's an oasis at the top of the map, but that has to be a very long underground tunnel then. If there's any connection. Goes for lumber camp number 4 already, Mr. Leary here. Loves to replace them, loves to use the bonus of the Japanese.
Yep, I mean, might as well, right? It's already, you know, a good idea to be replacing your lumber camps fairly often. Also with the double mining camp on his gold mine for maximum efficiency. But yeah, I mean, he will be rewarded in part for that in this slightly faster Castle Age time. Also, he was making a few more archers early on, so it was a little bit easier on the food income. And yeah, we'll still be at least, you know, pretty much even still.
Archer's actually finding the kill against the scout there. MBL not super on point. Even has to build a defensive tower at his goal. That's a bit surprising to me, that MBL moves out, knows that he will touch walls, knows that he is unlikely to do a lot of damage, and then builds a defensive tower. This is kind of hurting yourself.
This is something that I feel like can hurt MBL just overall as a player, in that he sometimes plays a little too safe. Like, he did not need this tower, and it just means he can't add extra TCs very comfortably. I mean, he either needs to mine stone or get a market or something. And he and Leary are more or less doing the same thing, but Leary's just doing it a bit greedier. He's going to be going for the double stable switch. And, well, MBL's army is still mostly skirmishers.
And that's why we see the double stable. Mass Knight Skirmisher against Archer Skirmisher. Well, once we get to 4-6 Knights, I think that should be better for Leary. Now moves out, builds a gate there at the front. Shouldn't really find MBL's army, though.
They'll probably pass each other, and I don't think MBL is going to be in too much of a problematic situation. But not on stone and not with the market, so it's going to be 1 TC, at least in the short run. And Leary might be a little bit out of position, actually. Oh, wait, is there a hole? No.
There should be. Ah, looks all solid. Now shows the army. And attacks the house there. That's so surprising to me. Why didn't he attack the palisade? Wall behind this one should be really easy for Leary, though.
Indeed, it should be. And as by all accounts, indeed, it is. Chain barding now on the way here for Leary. Going to be running away MBL with these lumberjacks. Going to be going over to the left. E-skirmit and crossbow on the way. So it looks like it's going to be some variant of Knight Skirm versus some variant of Knight Archer Skirmisher. And there are only 8 crossbowmen here for MBL, but still those Knights don't have +2 or quite yet, or bloodlines. It's still tricky.
Splitting his army there. Does he think he can clear this one up? I'm not so sure. There's some solid army in there. So many upgrades. 1 pikeman mixed in there as well.
Oh yeah, Ethiopians getting the free pikeman upgrade is always really handy in these sorts of situations, as it just is a lot scarier, and Mr. Pokey Poke is poking away. Here is the big commitment for Leary. No bloodlines, but he does have +2 defense, and army is still primarily skirmishers, but you can see Leary's still going to be forced to retreat for the time being.
Intercepting some of the stuff. MBL actually had 2 villages in the center, wanted to go for some siege workshop shenanigans. Knights now getting in there. I think Leary will clear it up.
Yes, it looks like Leary will be coming in with the reinforcements in time. Should be good, and that's going to be a fight he's going to be very, very happy to take. And yeah, all those units should be dying eventually. Actually, a lot of the knights are a little bit low HP, and MBL might be trying to focus them down. I mean, this fight's more or less a wash, just a think slight win for Leary.
Stable now for MBL as well, and well, he could maybe find all the skirmishes that are out there. At the moment, you're looking at 28 to 11 KD. Might think, okay, that's good for Leary, but look again in a minute.
Yep, those skirmishers should all be getting cleaned up. Not even Elite Skirmisher or Bodkin, those knights are going to be fine. The Forward University from MBL, learning on the front lines, going to be able to truly learn the ways of the enemy.
Well, apparently that's how we're doing it nowadays.
Yeah, nice job from MBL, making sure that he doesn't lose any stray crossbowmen to the skirmishers of Leary.
Well, one knight there, relatively low HP, and KD now evened out. Villager count even out, but military count better for MBL. He still has a reasonable amount of crossbows, ballistics. Lovely. I think it will be tricky for Leary to hold here. I don't like how he lost all his skirms.
No, and I think that if you're trying to go like full knight, which it appears that Leary is going to be doing right now, I feel like that's just kind of bad against a civ that can go for camels and crossbowmen. And Leary's just going to be trying to get a better eco, but his army's going to be, so much more expensive that it's going to be a really tricky hold, as he has less than half the military numbers of his opponent right now.
Army value obviously is telling the better story there, since the mangonel is now popping out. It is relatively even, tries to go for some more houses. MBL breaking through though. How good is the mangonel shot? Well, still some tiles away. First of all down.
First fill down indeed, but the camels are going to be fairly good at sniping mangonels, and it means that Leary's going to, to prevent that, Leary needs to be playing very close to his town center, which could open up another path for MBL to attack, which he is doing, of course. Mangonel's trundling forward. MBL, don't be. It's too early for me to have my blood pressure raised.
Second game of a potential 11-game series. Could be a long one here. Well, as sharp as Leary is playing in game number 1, could also be a short one. Like best of 11, the variance is massive, right? It could be 3 hours, it could be 7 hours.
Oh, almost there for MBL, but with the final shot, the mangonel of Leary does work. Knights are going to be coming in for the big cleanup play. There are still some camels there, but I think the numbers should just be so overwhelmingly in favor of Leary. Yeah.
Oh, numbers aren't that great anymore. 14 to 11 villager count identical here. Leary, that was a nice hold for him though. Now monastery around. Relics, something we didn't mention yet. 4 at the top, 1 at the bottom. Leary now with full control. MBL did add TCs behind this one. Or 1.
Indeed, he did. Was mining stone with a couple villagers, so was able to get that up and running. But now we're in a situation where the army value is definitely going to be telling the story here, as Leary has around double the value, despite being, the same military numbers. But I think MBL is still doing a pretty decent job of reinforcing his crossbows behind it. I mean, it's really painful to lose all your archers like that, because they're a unit that is obviously much stronger in mass, but it looks like MBL is going to be fine.
Yeah, he just wants to defend. The question is, how does he really get control back again? You need a siege workshop, only camel crossbow, you can always poke, but it's so easy for Leary to clear this army up again. Oh, that's risky.
Yeah, going really far forward when you know that you don't really have an army advantage right now. Uh-oh. I don't like this at all from MBL.
Let's take a look. Knights are going in deep. Camels doing some damage. Knights overtaking those crossbows. Try to go into that area. Finds a nice pocket, but simply not the numbers.
The numbers issue seems pretty overwhelming. Pikemen are going to be added in here for MBL. This is honestly something I would have liked to have seen him be a bit more aggressive in adding. After the early skirmisher cleanup, Leary was full knights and just some mangonels. I think it really would have been good for MBL just to add a bunch of pikemen in earlier, and he's doing that now. But of course, Leary now realizes this, is able to make the switch back into crossbowmen.
Lovely stuff. I think skirms might have been an option as well, at least for me. But crossbow, obviously, a unit that he loves to use, loves to micro with. So sometimes you, well, just go with the unit that you love a bit more.
I do think there really is something to playing with what you're most comfortable with, especially in a series that is like there's so much on the line, and you want to be sure that you're giving it your all. And yeah, it should be more or less fine.
Transition into Arbalest, obviously nicer than just being stuck with Elite Skirmisher that can then maybe go for some Bracer chemistry. One relic already for Leary. He's nice and active at the top, trying to break the walls, but MBL, well, not from yesterday.
Nope.
Oh, he is. House broken. Can he reward this one? Tries to go for it. There is
that walled?
Ooh.
I guess it is.
No, it was. I'm pretty sure it wasn't. And Leary simply didn't go through. I think he.
Yeah. It wasn't walled until the palisade came in for sure. But that's going to be not the worst engagement ever for MBL, all things considered. His army is significantly cheaper, and all of those knights are going to get poked down by those pikemen.
God, that was horrible. The knights there didn't really go the far way, didn't patrol. He right-clicked them, lost like 2-3 before. The pikemen did so much damage.
Yeah, free pikemen. Really nice bonus. Also missed the free help. Feels bad, man. But Leary, he's going to be able to recuperate. Their economies are more or less even. But with that fight, MBL really, I think, taking some important steps to regaining control of this game.
Yeah, I still think that Elite Skirm is something that MBL won't be able to address for quite some time. He has in Knight on the field, that won't be enough. Mangano scares that army of MBL away, and it feels like we will have a super even game here. And both players thinking about imping now.
Indeed they are, indeed they should be. Ecos are the same, Leary is a little bit housed. Must have been watching some MBL Rex before the series. Makes sense. You know, you gotta study your opponent. Gotta learn his ways.
Killed value actually super even there compared to the KD. But, well, MBL loses cheaper units. Leary, lots of night losses. Gets a castle up. How do you like that placement?
I think it's fine. I think that you either put it there or in the north, you know, on the hill by that archery range of Leary's. But his army's immobile, so I kind of like the idea of defending with the castle in the south and with your army in the north so that you don't need to worry about running around everywhere.
Okay, I can see that. Problem might be if we get into a trap war. Ethiopian siege can be really lovely there. Onagers could be massive, especially with torsion engines. I personally love some bombard cannons. Leary tries to get an update on the opponent's army, still sees mass crossbow and some pikemen.
It's like Leary's like, skirmisher, go scout, report. What is MBL's army? Like the skirmisher just walks back with like 50 crossbow bolts in him. Collapses. Okay, I guess he's still going for crossbows.
Crossbow split on 3 different hills here. MBL with lots of vision, some outpost there. Obviously outpost vision with Ethiopians comes in really handy. Look at how much he sees on this map.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying it's like the greatest team bonus in the world, but it's definitely a nice little bonus. Especially if you're somebody like MBL who likes to make his outposts. And yeah, it's just really great for vision.
Okay, second castle probably from Leary at a spot that you wanted or thought about earlier as well. And is that just going to be Skirm against Arbalest? MBL needs to add something else.
Yeah, you're going to be needing to add, I think, some onagers and bombard cannons or something. I mean, Ethiopian siege is, you know, absolutely top tier, so you're going to want to leverage that if possible. Otherwise, you're just going to be dying to skirmishers, which is... well, that's how MBL died last game, so I think you should try to avoid that.
Well, and that was even Burmese skirmishers, right? This time, Leary even gets the second defense upgrade.
Even the third defense upgrade. Oh, wow. Okay, so MBL now realizes that his army for the opponent is primarily skirmishers, even getting the +4 defense right away. Really, really like to see that. MBL is going to get a nice 1-for-0 Mangonel trade. Gets a decent hit over there, but it has to be fighting uphill. Castle not coming in here for MBL as well. think MBL's fine.
Well, I think so as well. Crossman scaring this one away. Still can't afford Arbalest. Okay, now is getting the Arbalest in. Is getting the last armor as well. That's still a nice fight for Leary, especially when it comes to gold efficiency.
Very much so. Although we can't completely underestimate the power of Ethiopian machine gunner archers. And the numbers are still very slightly in his favor. His upgrades are coming in, but so are Leary's. +4 defense in for him, and MBL losing a few more units on the retreat. And importantly, Leary with the castle on the high ground is going to be really, really nice in terms of taking it to MBL.
Ah, and look at that. Just some towers in the center. Oh, that's a tower, indicating to me that Jasima might be on the way. Oh, look at that. He's towering the center. Lovely move.
Oh, yeah. I mean, this is a matchup where both of players have rather immobile armies. So being able to just secure the map control that you do gain and then just being able to hold it. I mean, Yasima towers are going to be absolutely excellent for that, especially if your opponent's army is going to be like Arbalests, Onagers potentially. Like that is going to be, I think, a really, really strong choice here for Leary.
Oh, that's crazy good. Now the trap at the top there, as you mentioned earlier. Monk at the top. Look at that. 2 villagers trying to chase down. Leary left there. Pretty sad with his Monk. And yeah, is chasing this one. I think he will get the relic.
Oh, definitely. That's pretty funny. Also, archery range at the south here for Leary. He is just really well set up going forward. And ML just keeps on hemorrhaging units left and right. Like, he's thrown away a lot of units recently.
Oh, yeah. Just feels like he doesn't have the plan what his next unit should be. And Bombard Cannon only now the first one on the field. Still would love to see Jasima. And, oh, look at that. MBL pushes out a castle of his own. Will kill that guard tower quite easily then.
He certainly will, but he's still hemorrhaging units, Nilly. It's really painful to be seeing here. Like, just every single, like, Arbalest is just dying instantly. Guard tower actually doesn't even quite finish for Leary, but that's not the end of the world. He still will be taking this castle. Could potentially even think about getting Catapuruto in the future.
Lovely upgrade. Making your traps just shoot so much faster and pack and unpack basically instantly. And let's take a look. Bombard Cannon now. Can it get some kills? Is around there. One Arbalest shooting.
The one Arbalest will take it down eventually. Have to be careful about that. Will snipe one Trebuchet, but there's still more here for Leary. And it's just like, what's MBL doing? It feels like he's just not going for anything that's good. I mean, he's just making arbs into skirms.
Yeah. It just feels like, well, the economy isn't good enough to go for hussars. Right here is only 24 farmers. Hussars would be a great addition, although you're missing a lot of upgrades on these. But technically, well, it's still on the counter list, I would say.
It still would be on the counter list. I mean, I think you would have wanted onagers, but you've just dumped so much gold into replacing Arbalests that have already died, especially Leary with 3 relics to 1. I mean, it's not like MBL's, like, out of it. I mean, the populations are still very even, but Leary's going to be taking some very efficient fights right here.
Oh, yeah. And still downhill. That's something we've seen for quite some time now in this game as well. Finally, the trap of MBL. Well, no, still surviving. Traps moving forward. Did kill the castle. Actually, not too bad by MBL. But throwing away those Arbalests, well, something you're ranting about for quite some time, and rightfully so, I believe.
Yeah, it's definitely not super ideal. A scout now coming in for MBL. Looks like he is making that scout line switch, as you're saying, but it takes quite a lot of food to make that up and get that up and running. Just ask Leary in Game 7 yesterday how much you need to get a lot of hussars running around everywhere.
Oh, yeah. Khmer economy. Well, you had 75 more farmers than MBL has at the moment. And, well, big difference. Khmer do have bloodlines and have the last defense upgrade, something that Ethiopians are lacking.
And they also have their magical portals that teleport food into their stockpile. Yeah, now Leary's even raiding here with archers and skirmishers. And, oh boy.
Another castle.
This is an oh boy moment, but not a Nilly oh boy moment.
Leary oh boy.
Yeah, well, he is just a boy.
Is he?
Oh, he's what, 15 still, right?
In my heart he is, yeah.
Yeah.
Always will be.
Feels bad man masonry. Yasima coming in here. got to get one of the arrow slit upgrades, so then you can get the other arrow slit upgrade.
Oh. Did you know, Onlu, that Jasama is actually the Japanese word for arrow slits?
Whoa, I did not know that.
Okay, you told me.
Yeah, I did.
Like 10 times already.
Yeah.
Every single time. Dropping the knowledge bombs. But now my chat will be like, what? Neely is so knowledgeable. How does he know that? Mr. International.
Well, you know, you deserve it. You can take the credit for this one.
No, I shouldn't.
This is really over.
It is, and MBL realizes as well 2-0 for Leary and looked pretty sharp there. I think losing all those skirmishes, relatively a start of Castle Age, made it tricky for Leary, and he was pressured quite a bit, but then MBL, a bit too aggressive, moved out a bit too much, and then Leary built one unit that countered MBL completely, and that unit was actually an elite skirmisher. That shouldn't be a thing.
Yeah, I think MBL needs to be a bit more willing to just go for heavy siege units. I think if you just focus on getting like Arb, Onager, and like Halberdier, like MBL had a ton of gold. It's not like he couldn't afford that.
Mm-hmm.
In fact, that was the only resource he collected more of than his opponent. So I feel like he needed to play a bit more passively, which is not something normally MBL does really well. So I'm kind of surprised why I felt like he really had to force the issue.
Don't you think like MBL should have maybe gone for more skirmishes himself? You saw that Leary, for example, on the way to Imperial Age, did sacrifice some skirmishes to get the intel. MBL just camped those hills, and he didn't have an idea of what Leary is going for. I think maybe the outposts a bit earlier?
Yeah. Well, the outposts were like great for scouting map control, but he didn't actually scout what his opponent was doing. And something I think that is interesting to look at in the stats, 9 more techs researched for Leary. His just army was a lot more fleshed out in terms of, you know, having a lot of different units. MBL just had like arbalests.
Yeah. And he didn't even click pikemen, and that counts for him.
Yeah, seriously.
Yeah, tower attack as well. So let's take a look. What civilizations can we get away? Ethiopian's gone, Japanese gone. So pretty even picks overall for now. Not the best setup for MBL.
I think this is looking really bad for MBL. If for no other reason than because MBL is not somebody I think of as like the most resilient mental fortitude ever. And I really hope that he's able to, you know, take some deep breaths and think of a way to crack this nut that is Leary.
The thing is, though, yeah, he tilts. Yeah, he talks badly about stuff. Is it really affecting his game, though?
Sometimes I feel like it does. Sometimes it doesn't. Sometimes it's just MBL being salty and then just going and wrecking face anyway. But I've definitely seen him tilt out of tournaments.
Such as?
NAC 2, I think. Wasn't it? I forget. Like the match where MBL got eliminated. I think he just went super tilt, if I remember correctly.
Okay. He lost to Taro. Oh yeah, that was. Oh yeah, him picking the wrong civilization in the draft, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, that was special by him.
Yeah. Oh yeah, Clown Cup. He also got super tilted.
Okay, I'm not sure if I followed that one, but yeah, I'm not sure why he even signs up for an arena tournament, honestly.
and then he faces Modri.
Yeah, that one, yeah. Well, Red Bull 2, he was tilted after the games, but I think it didn't affect his gameplay during the game, right? Like, he was pissed at game 5 afterwards. But, yeah, not sure. Capwatch looked strong there.
Yeah, that was just such an excellent series.
I want to see MBL go for some Mangonel play now. I think I'd like to see Celts from him now.
Yeah, I think if you're MBL, this is the time where you say, okay, I'm going to pick one of my top 4 civs.
And oh boy, Onlu. Well, both of them going for one of the earlier picks. We will have Celts against Malians. Isn't that lovely?
Indeed, it is, and I think that this is actually going to be one of the first times we're actually seeing like quite a good matchup for MBL. In general, I'm a really big fan of Malians, and I think that they're shining in this tournament, which is really great to see. But I think Celts are a pretty good matchup versus them, personally.
Okay, why is that?
I think that what Malians are good at, is just their versatility, their eco, and I feel like Celts don't really care about that and just go for the same thing regardless, and it is going to be pretty good, and just Celt infantry is going to be really hard for Malians to deal with.
Okay. Well, we'll see about that one. Leary, he did struggle a lot yesterday against all those siege aggressions, and that's exactly why I wanted to see that. Malians, yes. Well, you have redemption, you can make something happen. You are versatile, as you said earlier. Crossbows an option, knights are an option. Playing super aggressively against Celts is tricky, right? Because if you go men-at-arms versus men-at-arms, your opponent can dictate the fight, and Leary, he will open up with a drush again. Now you probably just pressed fast forward, right? I heard the pause. Well, I think 4 on wood is the indicator for the drush on Leary's end, no?
Oh, okay. Yeah, it certainly could be for drush, and it's not like that is something that it would be uncommon for either this tournament or for Malians in general, with the cheaper wood cost on the buildings, giving you, I think, a fairly nice, consistent drush, making sure everything is good for your eco, but still, could be for men-at-arm play, and that is something that Malians can do quite well. And if you're looking for not taking a drush versus drush fight against Celts, which I think is fairly reasonable, I think going for the men-at-arms play, and then maybe trying to keep your men-at-arms alive until you get some archers in there, I think that could be worth it.
Leary is dropping the barracks on the other side. MBL actually goes for the mill first. Still 4 on wood, so he will go for his, what I believe, delayed men-at-arms. He has a really, really solid map.
Yeah, just taking a look at it, I see fairies? Forage bushes / berries, also known as fairies, in the back of his base. Gold mine in the back. It's pretty wallable. Just, you have the 2 wood lines wall to the TC. That is exactly what he's been doing. Stones are a little bit on the more exposed side, which isn't great. But honestly, that should be totally fine. It's not like Leary, someone who's likely to go for a bunch of tower aggression. And I am really thrown off by this one patch of grass.
Where is it?
Okay, if you look at like MBL's TC, it's to the left of it where his deer are. Zebra.
Oh yeah.
That is one random patch of grass.
Well, but it makes sense, right? If you're a zebra and you have to place yourself at one spot on the map, I think I'd go for the grass area as well.
Oh yeah, I mean you need to graze. Ostriches. I actually don't know what ostriches eat. Probably like bugs and stuff. And now, MBL bringing his scout there, it needs to graze as well. Need to make sure your horse is nice and well fed.
Yeah, that's why he's just camping there, and now he can run again. Oh, actually, no, he's just pushing the zebra in.
Well, the horse needed the energy to do that, right?
Yeah, probably.
Oh, man. This is interesting, though, from MBL. Not going with the very early aggression. Just walling himself nice and comfy cozy, as you do. Is this just going to be for men-at-arms play? Even so, he would probably be building the barracks now. And okay, he's doing that. Okay, it's probably just men-at-arms.
Scout one now. MBL is happy with taking this one, apparently. I'm a bit surprised. And now running away, militia coming over. And yeah, that's never going to be a good one for MBL. But should probably get home there.
Yeah, he's probably fine. But especially if he's going for a fast feudal age, I don't know why you'd want to take the fight in Dark Age. Like, keep your scout on as full HP as possible for, when you get to feudal age and can have the attack and speed advantage.
I'm a bit surprised as well. Leary behind this one, going for the wall off, has a tight base, and I wouldn't be surprised if he indeed now goes for Loom and then clicks up, takes some damage on his militias there against the TC.
Yep, Definitely not super ideal. Still not the end of the world, though. MBL clicking up only 1 second idle time. So definitely very strong Dark Age from him. Leary clicking up 23 villagers, so that's going to be for some more feudal play. It's not going to be going for the Drush FC Hoang style.
Yeah. Well, we didn't really expect that from Leary anyways, being the Malian player and facing Celts, so... Oh, what is MBL sending forward villagers? Okay, MBL did scout those walls, and only scouts one area of walls. He thinks Leary might play the Drush FC and wants to counter that.
That is a possibility. Looking at the gold and stones, I see 2 stones on the left for Leary, and if he's not completely walled by the time party shows up, that might be a bit of an issue.
And now the big problem, right? The scout only at 21 HP can't be as annoying against the villager walling. And MBL, I think he will struggle to do too much damage here.
Do you think this is a tilt move?
I think it is a right decision from what he scouted. I think what he scouted was a bit misleading for him.
Yeah, he probably should have scouted a little bit more completely. But the tower's going to be coming in. He's making no secret of it. It's right up against his opponent's barracks. But the tower will go up, and it will force Leary off of forage bushes. So that's definitely a little bit of a win. Archer instantly going to be placed down here for Mr. Leary. And MBL, no other military production buildings at home just yet.
Oh, those 4 men-at-arms will knock at the front door. Villagers are being pulled. The thing is, though, the moment Leary gets an archer out, he should be fine.
No, not an archer. Whatever am I going to do? But yes, you're right, of course. You do have to be a bit more careful because of the potential for Celt men-at-arms to just jump the archers and just kill them. But still, with Leary Micro, I have total confidence in his ability to deal with that. Notably, MBL not onto stone, so he's just going to have to send those villagers right back home.
Well, we'll defend there, we'll block some for the archer. Indeed, I hate that MBL didn't wall his tower completely there. Lots of spots where villagers can still attack. Goes for some house kills. Leary needs to place some houses himself now.
He's got another house coming up just now. He's at least fine in the short run. Going after the mill. What did that mill ever do to you, man?
Oh, we'll squeeze in horse color quickly before going down. I would be surprised if Leary wants to contest that.
Yeah, no reason to. Especially if he does get horse color, which indeed he does. And I wonder if MBL is just going to try and get up to Castle Age from this, but he's still not on stone, so how is he going to not die to archers?
Well, his base is just super compact, right? Just running around a bit, and once you get a siege workshop up, I think he won't be too scared.
Yeah, but I don't know. I guess I would feel a little iffy if he can't even make a defensive tower, but Leary's only on the 1 archery range, so it's not really that big of a deal. Still 0 kills, 0 deaths, actually.
That's
and
really
MBL's just going to... Yeah, MBL's just going to be content to just slicing away at some of these random buildings.
Leary sends his scout in, gets a good look there, sees lots of villagers on gold, might lose his scout though. Ooh, that was on the sloppy side, 1-0 KD.
Indeed it is. Market on the way now for MBL. Yeah, I guess he's just going to be looking for Castle Age. Do you think this is going to be for the full Mangonel style aggression, or if it's going to be a bit more defensive?
Well, I think it has to be the Mangonel aggression. I don't think how the first 2 games went and how Leary played yesterday, MBL will not go for the chance to go for this Mangonel aggression. It just feels so natural and exactly how we think, at least, Leary should be exploited.
Yeah, I definitely agree. And indeed, there's the stable coming in, so all of that seems to check out. About ready to click up. About ready to click up. Almost there. Almost there.
Well,
there you go.
1911 is Car Stage timing after building for those men-at-arms. Killed some more houses, but Leary 44 out of 65, so did a good job there. Builds the market in the back. Scout wants to get some idea. Still 3 militia camping there. Leary, he will have very little idea of what's really happening in his front base. I think maybe splitting off some archers could be an option here, right? Trying to intercept some forward villagers.
I actually really like that idea because, okay, you see your opponent has 4 men-at-arms. You now have 9 archers. Say keep, 4 or 5 archers at home and send everyone else out. You can see what your opponent's doing. You can intercept stray units. Stray villagers especially would be really good. And that is a second barracks for MBL. Oh, is it going to be for pikemen?
Seems like it. Could you quickly go into CA and look at the killed and raised value? How does MBL have 436 killed value? Is that including raised value? I didn't even know.
Yeah, that would be including buildings raised, I would assume. Because Malian buildings are cheaper.
160, so he killed 1 scout, 1 militia. Yeah, that adds up. That adds up. Okay. 1 villager forward now.
Fletching on the way here for Leary. Are we seeing the switch into cavalry? Yes, we are. So it does mean the spearman, soon to be pikeman play, is going to be good. MBL villager is safe for the time being, not scouted out for Leary, so that's definitely a little bit of a win for him. But he is undefended at home, more or less.
Oh, do you dive here if you're Leary? Trying to jump under the TC? He splits off his archers. Oh god, he should know that stuff is up. Sees so much infantry at the front of his base.
Yeah, that is. Where is that villager going? He's going right to the wood line, I guess. Indeed, he is.
I think that's really fortunate for Leary, no? Like, he can just pull the vills on a very inefficient lumber camp anyways. I think that's not too bad for him.
I would have dropped the siege workshop right at the front near the tower.
I think so as well. Pressure the main goal, pressure the archer range.
Something about kelp mangoes and a relationship with town centers. To get a few of those up and running.
Consuming.
Yeah. Oh, is there an overchop?
Not yet. 80 wood still left. I don't think Leary is waiting for that one, though. I think he will just wait for crossbow botkin, go in there, try to get 3-4 villager kills.
Yep. And I would be very surprised if he didn't get at least a couple of them. Now, pikeman on the way, bod crowsaw for Leary. All of that is looking quite normal. Town Watch coming in for him as well, but he is going to be knowing a little bit beforehand that the mangonels are coming. But there's already the contingency wall in, so it's going to be a little bit of time before MBL really gets there.
Loses 1 villager. Leary pulls those away, and, well, 1 will down on the one side, and, oh, not a second one. Or 2. It was 2, right? Yeah, 2 on the right-hand side.
Still not that bad, all things considered. MBL, don't lose your knight. Oh, loses a knight on the town center for free. That's a little awkward.
25 HP, moves back. Leary still didn't realize the attack at the top there. Oh, this is ugly. Mangonel now at MBL's base. Could get a good shot against all those crossbows. Leary. Oh, the militia actually scouts it.
Militia scouts it. Leary has a very excellent reaction time. Will be pulling back just a little bit, but you're still going to have to be very, very careful. Has the mangonel out at home, which I think is very important, but my concern here for MBL is that he's not doing anything right now that's like actively killing his opponent. He's just kind of hanging around where Leary's getting a better economy.
Oh, and MBL wants to go for the really wild wood shopping here. Villagers even going around on the other side, trying to really kill that tree ASAP.
Feels bad, man. Ooh, okay, looks like it's just a 1-for-1 mangonel trade. Nothing too wild. A couple scorpions here. They'll honestly be doing quite well versus those crossbowmen. Have to be a little bit careful, though. No armor upgrades for those infantry. This is going to be a good fight, though, for MBL, I think.
I think it's a better fight for Leary. 2 scorpions there, have to be the main damage dealers. The moment crossbow just dodged those, all good. 1 scorpion down, 2nd scorpion falls as well. Mangonel is dying as well. This looks perfect for Leary.
Oh, wow. All of those siege units dying. The infantry of MBL not in the position they needed to be. We saw yesterday, there was a lot of times where their units were just in, the perfect position for, Yo, in terms of defending the like the crossbowmen or the knights that are diving his siege or whatever. That was not the case right now, as everything just goes down.
Oh man, where didn't he have a Mangonel at home? Is that one still chilling at home? Yeah, it sits under the TC. MBL drops a TC at home himself, so it will be 2v2 here apparently. Leary, did he sell 100 stone? No, he drops TC number 3.
Indeed, he will. And what do you think is going to be the army comp of Leary going forward? Because I feel it's a little bit tricky for Malians versus Celts.
I think just heavy castle edge play and just go knight crossbow. It will be so tough for MBL to expand. Look at that. He has 2 wood lines, will be super open, and I think just make it a wild, relatively generic game. And MBL, well, his army is always split, right? Some at the top, and then it's tricky to have some at the bottom. Mangonel dodges.
Little bit lucky there for Leary that MBL went for the attack and not the
Attack round.
ground attack. Oh, looks like a 1-for-1 Mangonel trade back at Leary's base. But Leary's going to be pretty happy.
3 crossbow down. Some HP lost. Knights contesting a bit.
And running away. MBL going to be trying to find another angle from which to push. Still going to be a little bit awkward for Leary to defend. His eco is still slowly but steadily getting better. He's 5 villagers ahead. MBL still missing that 3rd TC. MBL
just so good in Mangonel Micro. Redonkulous there.
Oh, yeah. Especially with Celts. Nicely done. But yeah, I agree with the heavy Castle Age play, especially like late Castle Age, early Imperial Age, where Celts are historically their weakest, and it's where Malians are going to be at their strongest. So just a ton of late Castle Age pressure, and really could see Malians Celts crumble rather. But getting the 1-for-1.
The problem now with MBL, like he can't really reinforce there at the top, right? Crossbow now getting in, and the moment, Mangonel off. Leary in some problems as well, both losing quite a bit, both a bit sloppy. Oh god, there's so much going on. Crossbows taking a big shot to their face.
Indeed, and that is definitely something that's going to be favoring MBL. Just losing a scout and a knight, I think, for killing a Mangonel, and then clipping a bunch of crossbowmen. Ooh, another Mangonel coming out, but the knights are here, and that is honestly quite a fair few knights that do have +1 defense as their only upgrade. Still, though, Leary will be able to snag a Mangonel of his own, so he's going to be pretty happy about that. That Men-at-Arm definitely bit off a bit more than he could chew. And
look at that.
Leary can take this?
Yeah, I think so as well. Just kill the Mangonel, maybe kill the villager? No, look at that. Can do neither. Good defense by MBL.
Yeah, very nice control there for MBL. He is now 12 villagers behind. He is up to a 3rd TC himself. But Leary is still going to be working with the better economy. His army is still going to be a bit better likely as well. And I'm definitely going to want to see MBL, I think, get over onto stone pretty soon, because he's going to need a defensive castle, I think, really badly.
I think Mangonel pike defense might be an option as well. Stone, one at the front exposed here, one at the front exposed there. So, will be tricky for him. Leary now sending some villagers forward. What is he up to? Just some outposts.
Yep, that's just going to be totally fine. Mangonel and Scorpion now popping out here for MBL. Yeah, I think Pikeman Mangonel defense is going to be like the army comp, but I don't think that actually it's going to be quite enough unless he has a castle to hold on, because there's going to be getting a pretty large and scary army quite soon here, as looks like there is a 1-for-0 Mangonel trade in favor of Leary this time.
Leary with the double market strategy, apparently. And now the aggressive market. I'm a bit surprised by that strategy choice.
You know, clearly these guys are just a little too above us. A little too 5,000 IQ galaxy brain play. Gotta do the market rush.
Not really sure what's happening there, but... Well, Mangonel, well, trades of 1-for-1. Could be a big shot into the pikeman. Oh yeah, lots of damage dealt.
Looks like Knights not able to survive that Mangonel hit with a lot of HP left, and able to snipe a Scorpion too. And although MBL has the better KD, I'm sure that Leary's still going to be very happy with how this is going. Of course, I jinxed it. I guess Mangonel does go down.
Yeah, 1 Mangonel actually against 5 crossbow. It looks, well, worse than it actually is.
Yeah.
Castle in the center for Leary to get a lot of map control. 10 population lead for him. Still dancing with some crossbows.
Imp. Gonna be on the way here for Leary. As soon as he gets the castle up, I guess. He doesn't have the building or something. So that's a little bit painful. Looks like another 1-for-1 Mangonel trade. And MBL very far away from Imperial Age, just now getting Wheelbarrow and Bowsaw. This is what separates AM from Tempo.
Is Leary trying to play this one with Gebettos? It feels like it.
Could be. I mean, they're going to be great against the pikemen. If you can micro them, they can take down Mangonels, but that's obviously a very tricky fight to take.
Mm-hmm. Doing lots of damage, very mobile, but extremely fragile. Easily dying too short. Well, Gebettos are mixed in, and he has 15 villagers on stone, so probably wants to go for some more.
Yeah, Gebettos are a very underrated unit, I feel. Like, in terms of, like, a support ranged unit, they just deal a ton of damage if you can keep them safe in the back, and they're, of course, going to be great for raiding. And if you can make them, you know, micro them against Mangonels, even Celt Mangonels, they're going to just be doing so much damage.
Speaking of so much damage, the Mangonel micro of Leary has been impeccable this whole game. I don't know an exact counter, but it feels like maybe 10 kills, 7 losses or something for Leary, and that's against MBL, and that's against Celts.
Yeah, like that is definitely not an easy thing to accomplish, but Leary doing a very great job with it. Halfway to Imperial Age, MBL.
6 villager castle there at the front without any army. That's a risky move, Mr. Leary.
Oh boy. Can't say I'm a big fan of that one. MBL, by the way, is on 5 town centers, so he's caught up in terms of villagers, but obviously the imp timing is going to be a big problem. Leary not deleting that castle yet, now going to be running in here with some Gebettos and a Mangonel.
Oh, ground attack number 1, and that's what we mentioned earlier. Gebettos only 30 HP, Mangonel doing 40 damage.
1-for-1 Mangonel trade, but there is still another one.
Castle is cancelled. Would love to see it. Yeah, he's deleting some farms. Now rebuilds the castle with 2 villagers.
Yes. You know, if at first you don't succeed, try again. I mean, it's the motto of doubt, right? Castles. It definitely checks out.
Well, isn't his motto like, if you don't succeed, just resign?
Try again in the next game.
Okay, try.
Well, Leary's going to be in Imperial Age. Now that he's like hitting Imperial Age, do you think he should focus on Trebs or still focus on Gebetto production?
I think squeeze out 1 trap and the rest Gebetto might make a lot of sense. Gebettos need to dance there. Oh, that's rough.
Oh, this is a really tricky one for sure. Leary's still trying to get this castle up and running. A few pikemen running in just to annoy the villagers. Scorpions would seem to be a pretty decent unit against Gebettos as well. Just, you know, they're so low HP, and MBL is going to be clicking up to Imperial Age, has caught up economically. I'm not saying he's in the great spot, but this is probably one of the better spots he's looked in the series so far.
Just look at the map control as well. MBL feels he's not really cornered, but where is he expanding? Where is next woodlines? How does this base look like in 5 minutes? It's going to be so tricky. No hill control, no real castles.
No real scouting. MBL's vision's not good.
Oh yeah. Well, he likes to play through the center apparently. While Leary, well, he expanded so much more.
Oh yeah, I mean that's some MBL scouting if I've ever seen it. Leary, even now, going to be taking the neutral gold on the far left of the map. Going to now be adding in some outposts as well and getting a very forward castle on this really nice hill as he adds in some light cavalry, which are going to be great for raiding.
Mangonel raid now from MBL there at the top. Takes a good shot. Villager count relatively even. Numbers overall pretty even. It just seems like the transition will be so much better for the Malian player.
Well, yeah, that is, of course, the issue with Celts. I think MBL definitely wants to be getting, you know, Road Raider plus Halb plus Siege, but that's going to be both very expensive and very time-consuming to actually get to, especially when you don't have any castles. Okay, he's getting his first castle at home right now.
Okay, quickly close your eyes, Onlu.
Okay.
Close your eyes, I said. I know that you're still looking.
No, they're definitely closed.
Okay, how many blacksmith upgrades does Leary have?
Forging and +1 defense.
How many military upgrades does MBL have?
I don't think he has any, does he?
You can open your eyes. It's 5-2. Looks pretty good there for Leary. And, well, he just had a good engagement there as well. Ooh. Pikeman, well, now clearing house quite nicely, but Gebetto's out, and he only has Pikeman, but no upgrades. You can open your eyes again, sorry.
Yeah, no, I opened them. Casting blind. It's the true caster test. Town Center now going down here for MBL. That's fine. He still has 4 more. But he needs to get some Woad Raiders and Trebuchets both out at the same time. Light Cav now going to be running in here for Leary. This is still going to be a very tricky hold here for MBL, as he has around half the army of his opponent.
Oh yeah, tricky. So little map control. Look at that. Never even realizes, okay, you want to expand to that wood line, extra stone, and build a castle kind of outside of the map in another one with only 2 villages.
Well, it's still very well positioned, and MBL likely doesn't know about it, so that's not that bad. Light Cav running on in, and without all these defensive castles that I feel like MBL needed, it's going to be just so easy. I mean, yeah, Halberdiers are faster, but Light Cav are still way faster.
Just look at the mini-map and count the blue dots all spread around in such a compact. Like, what is the map control? Like 75 to 25?
I would say even like 80-20.
Aye.
Yeah. Oh, Halbs are going to come in, and they're going to absolutely nom through those light cavalry, but still, decent amount of raiding coming in, 30 idols, and just a nice, like, 16 or so villager lead. Celt Trebs are going to be a little bit better in the Treb War, and that's going to be quite nice, but more and more light cav coming in. It feels like MBL is just being pulled apart.
Absolutely, just raiding left and right. Gebetto's, well, stopped into the TC there, but the problem is, like, MBL has no chance of really, well, freeing himself, right? Where can he advance to, even?
Well, and if there's one thing Celts can't be without, it's their freedom. Yeah.
That sounds like a campaign or something.
It's from Braveheart, which is why they made the William Wallace campaign.
It's a bit differently pronounced, no? Like, freedom!
It's been a while.
No, it's the long E, right? Freedom!
Oh, yeah. There you go.
No?
It's been a while since I've seen it.
Okay. I only watched it in German, actually.
Oh, okay.
I haven't seen it
Well,
for
maybe
so
the
long.
German dub is different.
Yeah, in German it's Freiheit.
Well, I'll take your word for it. Castle of Leary is going to go down, so that's a little bit of a win for Emil, but he's lost like 40 villagers at this point. I mean, Farimba's in. This is looking really grim.
Yeah, and now clearing up the top. That was something that was going for MBL. There were 2 extra gold spots, or like the secondary and third gold spot for Leary. Maybe that was the reason why MBL took that area. But Gebettos are now clearing house there. And it just raids and raids everywhere. KD, surprisingly even. Population 40 more for Leary though.
Yeah, Leary... It honestly feels like Leary isn't even being pushed by MBL. Like, I mean, like, in terms of his skill, like, he's not being pushed to his limit. Feels like Leary's just completely, you know, in control of all of these games.
Mm-hmm.
And, yeah, now just switching into the Swordsman. Without a bunch of Woad Raiders, you're not going to be dealing with that with just Pikemen.
The casual 9 barracks switch. All... well, build around there, probably waits for 2 assortment and then tries to move in, and Halberdiers won't perform too well against those.
No, they will not. In fact, they will be doing very poorly. MBL now going to be going on to another stone. Also is strip mining his main stone at the front. I mean, he really is going to want some castles because, like I said, I really think he needs Woad Raiders in this matchup.
Mm-hmm.
It's the only way you're ever really going to keep the Malian player from just pulling you apart with light cavalry. But that's a huge army for Leary. He is pop capped MBL only at around 150.
And yeah, that will plummet quite a bit. 37 Halberdiers, and they can't take an engagement. Mangonauts around, trying to take some shots, but will die before that one. Even doubles down, builds a castle behind the castle.
Well, you always have to have the contingency castle. 2 trebs here for Leary. MBL does have 4, but to siege them up, it would put the trebuchets very easily in range of the 2-handed swordsman of Leary. That said, he still probably is actually going to be sending in the halberdiers, and that actually will do, totally fine. But it's just a matter of economy. MBL doesn't really have much of one.
Yeah, that's a move to hold a bit, right? He is getting those 2 traps and is buying himself more time. Is losing his
all
3
of his
traps.
own.
And villagers next to his starting TC and MBL. Holy moly, he can't be too happy how the set is going for him thus far.
I don't want to be a downer, but at this rate, it doesn't look like MBL is going to take a game.
Really? Don't be a downer, Ondo.
I don't want to be a downer. I mean, like,
why are you like this?
I don't know. It's just my inner nihilism, I suppose. I mean, I'd love to see MBL turn things around, but it seems like Leary's just had his number all game long. Like, he's had over 10k more food, double the stone.
Maybe let's cross our fingers for at least a partly comeback for MBL. This one obviously didn't look too good there. I'm still like, the Siege Workshop, we kind of wanted to see it at the front, right? Then reinforcement is so much easier as well.
Yeah, it would be faster reinforcements. It would put more direct pressure onto Leary. Like, think about, like, all of the time that, like, mangonels were spent, like, attacking palisade walls or just, like, slowly trundling around. I think that, honestly, that could have been a huge difference maker.
Every single game, Leary got so many more relics as well. Just playing for the long game, setting himself up nicely. And, well, we still have mains, we still have Chinese, we have Khmer, so MBL can go for something. But 3-0 down isn't looking pretty. And also, like, if you get that Mangonel aggression through, your confidence level is just so much better. Because then you know, okay, I have a strategy to fall back on, too.
Yeah, exactly. But obviously that did not work. So MBL is going to need to really have to think this one through, I believe. Needs to think about, okay, what exactly do we need to be doing to be taking down Leary? Where is the chink in his armor?
Mm-hmm. Well, he didn't show too many. It felt like a Malian champion.
Yeah, exactly. Anyway, I'm going to go grab some more coffee. I'll be right back.
Okay, then we will switch terms because I will get some sugar water after that. Can talk a bit to my chat here. MBL looks like a noob against Leary. Thank you for your very constructive comment. Lol, I was mostly thinking that for Leary in real life final was his semi-final versus Yo. That was a really good set. 23k viewers in total over all channels. Pretty lovely stuff there. And I think Mario is not around, so yeah. Most of them combined there. Obviously, the Spanish viewers not too satisfied. I think Nikov might be around for that, right? How much does winner get? It's exclamation mark bracket will answer questions like these. It will be $17,000. You can do the conversion yourself. $9,000 for second place. I mean, look at his style. Like, he has no chance. Okay. I don't think that a noob would last that long against Leary. Yeah, agreed. And they still didn't launch game number 4. I always fear that Neely will make another bad word joke. Does that make me Panenroid?
I'm back.
Panenroid? How do you do pun and paranoid in one together?
I guess Puneroid.
Puneroid. Okay. Yeah. Okay, then you entertain our...
I shall entertain.
Yeah.
Go
enjoy your sugar
MBL.
water.
Outpost rush time.
Oh boy. You know what? We're gonna go full all out. Entertaining Nilly's chat. I'm gonna open Nilly's stream. Oh, I got this. I got this. Nilly is big noob.
Rogan?
There we
Lily
go.
is big noob.
Hey, Nilly chat. What's my favorite Canadian idiom? Just a. Just, using it as a particle. Hope you guys are enjoying, by the way. This series, yeah, it's looking pretty bad for MBL. I really hope he can turn it around, but I mean, he's going to need to do something different. If I was a food, what food would I be? Huh. Let's say gnocchi, because I'm a potato. 6-0 incoming? I hope it's not 6-0. Oh, the hippo returns.
My chat is entertained.
Good. Good.
Did you talk about Civs? Did I miss something?
Oh, no, I actually just called you a noob.
Okay. Happens.
Indeed. Well, let's see.
Okay, this
Frankly,
game should
seems to be
play
a
out
bad
a
game.
bit differently.
Yes, it should, as we now launch our way into game number 4 in this best of 11. We'll have Leary here in the blue. Frank's to the
You
east
just
of the map.
subbed. Okay.
Yeah. And MBL will be in the red as the Khmer to the west of the map. Now we're looking for the more cavalry-oriented civs. So, what are your thoughts on this one? Thinking it's playing out differently?
Well, as you mentioned, 2 cavalry civs, so I think, while we see some struggle there with the elephant lure, that this should probably go into scout v scout war. And, well, thus far, it seems like Leary did a good job when it came to militia control, men-at-arms, some archer wars, Magno Micro. Maybe the big change is happening, just scout v scout, knight v knight, and some monks mixed in.
Yep, that would definitely make sense as far as these 2 civs are concerned. Both just really strong, solid civs in that respect. 3 on wood here for Leary, going for the mill at this point. 3 on wood for MBL, same deal. And just quickly taking a look at the maps, MBL actually seems... I was saying, oh, it looks pretty good, and then I saw the south side of it and being it really open, which is less great. Yeah, that gold's pretty exposed.
Yeah, I like Leary's map a bit better there. What is the dog doing in your background?
Oh yeah, sorry. So yeah, Dash is playing stick with my dad. Stick is his favorite toy. It's like a little rubber Kong toy stick. He gets very excited.
What? Your dog is playing with your father's stick?
No, it's his toy. Like it's
The stick of your father is his toy?
God damn it, Billy. No. It's Dash's toy. It's a purple Kong toy stick.
The stick of your father is purple? Oh, we shot the elephant! Leary shot the elephant with the TC.
Why?
Stop
Dude.
talking trash on Lou. We have to focus on more important stuff.
Oh my goodness. Why do these people do this all the time?
Oh,
It happened to
Gordy.
Yo yesterday. Happened to Leary now. I really don't see why you need to go for that all the time.
Well, and you can't blame it on lag, right? Europe v Europe here, they should be playing with like 30, 40 ping or something. So should be really reasonable. And oh boy, that will be tricky. Frank's obviously a civilization that can recover okay-ish from that. He still can push one of the ostrich, maybe send 5 villagers on berries, drop some more farms. Even goes for a second lumber camp. That's on the greedy side then.
Well, he still clicks up at 20 pop, so only a little bit of delay right there compared to his opponent. And honestly, I mean, that's a fairly good recovery. Already pushed 2 of his deer equivalents, so that's definitely very helpful when it comes to recovering. Now 5 on forage bushes. Frank's going to be helping him out in that respect as well. And, well, it's definitely not good, but it's definitely not the end of the world either. And MBL actually will be investing in the barracks as Khmer.
Oh, interesting. And is that a 5 villager forward? No, please don't tell me. And he's trushing. He's playing a spearman trush against Franks.
Well, when your opponent's down an elephant...
Well, which he
maybe.
doesn't know.
Oh, he definitely does not know, but he does maybe know about a forward stone. There's one stone that's very far in the back, though, for Lee, which is pretty great.
Leary did scout that one, is walling, and actually towers might be tricky against him. Leary missing that completely. Will scout a barracks, but scouting a barracks, well, you're expecting spearmen, but that's kind of it. And
Yeah.
doesn't see a single villager on the berries. If he sees that, he should know something is up.
Yeah, certainly. C3 on stone. I think that's pretty indicative.
But just being
Okay, so
sent away.
villagers,
Yeah.
villagers being sent away, not going for the counter tower play. And it's just going to be coming in with a contingency wall here. But right now, Leary's going to be very hard pressed for food income.
Yeah.
Did manage to snag that last ostrich, but other than that, yeah, he's going to be pushed off berries and he's going to have like 1 farm.
Yeah, that's going to be ugly. That's going to be really ugly. I'm actually surprised that he continued to go with the stable there. I think just keeping your eco running might be the better option. Now builds a defensive tower at an interesting spot. Most people would build it behind the mill, but he knows, okay, I need to protect my woodline with this tower as well.
Yeah, he very much needs to do that. Is now going on to stone with 3 villagers of his own. Couple scouts now in here for Leary, going to be making a counterattack. However, MBL does have 1 spearman at home. That's going to be fine for now. And knowing MBL, he is not going to be skipping out on those, but does lose a spearman for free to the town center fire. That's a little bit sloppy. And Leary actually trying to repair this mill.
Well, let's take a look. Villager at 19 HP, needs to mic there. Leary looks a bit sloppy. Spearman is getting some kills. Nice zoo here by MBL.
Well, that's a very sad zoo, because everybody died.
Well, some people survived. Some horses died.
Yeah, some horses died, but, well, that's,
Horses are not normally a part of zoos anyways.
no, not usually. Anyway, big tower here at the front, but will be cancelled as, Leary is investing a bajillion villagers into building it.
Quite some, right? I'm a bit surprised by the number as well. Not only the number that I saw, but also the number you said. 5 villagers looping around. 280 stones on the bank, so MBL can continue with this.
Indeed, he can. Also has a few more farmers up and running. It's actually a villager ahead, so there was some idle time involved here for Leary. But yeah, as you're saying, another tower could come in, and I actually do like MBL's position here.
How did that scout get in again? Look at that! Leary just shift clicking, but one of the shift clicks was on the lumber camp. Oh, he wanted to be annoying, wanted to like loop around 10 times, but actually clicked on the lumber camp once.
Yeah, that can happen. I played a game the other day where I accidentally deleted the castle because I thought it was a palisade. Like, I tried to click the palisade, but I clicked on the castle that was right in front of it.
Okay. Something out of the Jinghua's book.
Yes, exactly.
1 HP
I still won the
villager.
game, though.
Oh, yeah. I was wondering why you're telling the story. Now it makes more sense.
Oh, yeah.
The subtle brag. Not that
Oh,
subtle.
yeah. Well, sometimes I have to have a brag of the day, too.
Okay. I will
Only
allow it.
occasionally. Okay, good. Anyway, Town Watch coming in here for Leary, definitely something I'd like to see when you're dealing with a tower rush, but he's still in a very uncomfortable spot.
Did she lose the 1 HP villager? I can't find her. So yeah, Leary lost the villager to the tower there.
Yes, because Leary's now down 2 villagers.
Okay. Makes sense. 3 scouts around. Still has a pretty solid map there with the woodline at the top. Gold there, pretty safe that he doesn't even need to use yet. I think the preemptive tower next to his stone could be lovely.
Yeah, and I think especially trying to get it up on the hill would be really great as well if he can manage it. But not quite yet. Does MBL know about... Okay, yeah, he does. Good. Still not going to be... the stone mine from Leary, sorry.
Yeah.
But actually is off of stone.
Yeah, did pull those away. And oh, look at that lovely farm in the zoo. Like, they need to eat in zoos as well.
Oh yes. Gotta make sure that the provender supply is adequate for all the animals.
MBL with this typical wheelbarrow timing. Not because he thought of it, but because he was housed.
How is it that like this is like such a common thing for like such a high level player? Obviously. Oh, gotta be careful, MBL. Oh,
Scouts. Oh, and they're in. That's so good.
Well, might be able to finish the house just in the nick of time and get his villagers in, but at a bare minimum, that will be some idle villager time.
Well, could be annoying. Castle Age timing will be way better for MBL. He still has the forward villagers. That could be some manual aggression finally working out.
Oh, nice snipe there.
Tempo snipe.
Tempo snipe. Again, this is what separates tempo from AM, man.
Yeah. 3-0.
This is MBL's application right now in progress. 1808 clicking up after very aggressive trush. Not something you're going to be too sad about, though.
Yeah, absolutely. Now builds the stable at the front. Probably wants to raid with some knights there. Leary needs to wall off, which won't be that easy. Still has palisades between the two wood lines, but that could easily be broken. MBL sends villagers forward. What is that up? Is he trying to make a forward play now? 5 villagers forward? What is that all
Leary.
about? Forward towers?
I guess so. I mean, that wood line is looking fairly towerable. MBL doesn't have a whole lot at home.
The rewards off the right hand side, lovely move. So will be quite some angle for MBL to attack into. There he can click up in 100 foot. That tower will be lovely. Scout's still getting a good overview of where to attack.
Indeed, but there is Town Watch in for MBL, so he does theoretically see the tower coming in. Scout's going to be trying to maybe intercept villagers that would be fleeing, but of course Khmer can just jump into houses anyway, so that shouldn't be an issue. And Leary now being able to click up as well. We'll have to see if some aggression can happen. Second and forward stable now here for MBL.
And that's the problem now. I think a stable plus a siege workshop might have been better. He should have gotten the rest. What is he doing with those villagers? Where is he moving towards?
I don't
Answer
know.
quickly. Onlu, what is this?
What
What is this chase? What is he? What is happening?
What is this going to accomplish? Okay, some spearmen are here to help out, so the scouts aren't really going to do a whole lot. I guess he's just thinking, okay, I want to kill my opponent's forward villagers before they do something annoying. One spearman is picked off, but it does get a villager kill. Spearman of Leary's is going to be dying right now.
Another
I
spearman
think, yeah,
coming
that's
over.
both spearmen down. Still 3 scouts alive.
Still has forging. I think he could have committed a bit more against those villagers.
Yeah, I would have actually really liked to have seen that, just like really go after it, but I think he wanted to make sure he kept his own villagers alive, but defensive tower now in here for MBL, he is mining a little bit of stone. Meanwhile, on the other side, Leary's gate, he's not quite in Castle Age just yet, so this gate was on low HP, and now the knights are storming in, Leary with some defensive stone walls, but this is still going to be a very uncomfortable hold. I'd love MBL partitioning one knight to go and deal with the stone miners.
Let's take a look. Yeah, it would be pretty good. Yeah, indeed it is. And oh, at the top it's overchopped though. Oh, that wasn't walled completely. 3 knights are in. That's so costly for Leary.
Oh, that's definitely quite painful. Well, I guess one knight was the only one let in, but one knight still kills like infinity villagers, you know, give or take 2 or 3.
Yeah,
and
but they need to fight back as well, right? Oh god, that's a wild one. What's happening? Why is Leary not fighting with his spearman next to his tower as well?
Is Leary just kind of crumbling right now?
Uh-oh.
Needs to get the palisade, does MBL, so MBL's gonna lose a villager to the scouts on his stone mine, which isn't ideal, but probably doesn't care because he's killing like a ton of villagers on the other side. More and more knights queued up, gonna be charging forward.
And that is the wild game that MBL needed. Leary with an underreaction there, surely didn't really see that. wanted to go for the counter tower rush himself, but that didn't work out. Typical MBL house timing here at 55. And, well, pikemen are still continuing, but I don't know why Leary let that tower go down. And so many villagers falling at the front. The gold can't be held either. This is looking extremely good for MBL.
Oh, this game is like turbo over at this point. The mining camp dies, villagers just can't repair against all that knight damage, and yeah, Leary's going to be down to like 20 villagers in a second.
Well, indeed. Well, we'll have more losses. Where's he even clicking at the moment? What's happening?
This is so weird.
What is happening, Onlu?
I wish I
moly.
knew.
Pop 25 at 25 minutes.
It's a pop a minute.
Oh god. Now sends 4 pikemen back. And yeah, just resigned. This looked really weird for Leary.
But credit to MBL, did take his first game. I am very glad to have been wrong, and hopefully this will put some wind into MBL sales going forward.
Well, Leary, aggressive berries and losing an elephant obviously made it really tricky there to get the eco rolling for himself. Then I think the preemptive tower could have been followed up by another tower there at the woodline, more at the bottom. Counterattack didn't work out perfectly there, and I felt after he went forward with the towers, it was a bit of miss micro. He had scouts, he had forging, he had spearmen, and still couldn't hold his own tower.
Yes, definitely. Also, he didn't wall effectively at home. MBL had no ranged units, and he could have been like completing the gate or repairing the gate or something, making sure that the knights didn't go into his base. And 40 kills, 14 deaths for MBL.
Yeah, that wasn't fair. Indeed, yeah, those villagers trying to fight the knight there at the top. I was a bit surprised here by Leary, but well, once the game looks so tough for you, it's like a lot of moves look questionable.
Yeah, pretty much everything would have led to the same result in the end. And the series will go on. MBL taking his first game.
Chad is hopeful to see the MBL return now with 6-3. Would obviously be lovely.
Oh yeah, no. If MBL starts to find ways to maybe exploit Leary in sort of really crazy games, I think that definitely it's something that MBL can accomplish. And I'm really glad to see that he's not like completely tilting off the face of the earth right now.
Well, honestly, like going tower rush there.
Oh, that was a tilt move, but the thing is, it paid off, so it probably is.
I know tilting people that tilt even after their tilt move worked. But maybe it was the right decision, right? If Franks always go scouts, then forward tower spearman is a good counter to that.
Yeah, certainly. Franks are a little bit predictable in that sense. So yeah, I guess the series goes on. Both have been very even in terms of their overall Civ picks. Like both picking Civs that are relatively similar in strength.
Yeah, absolutely agree. And we still have both strongest picks for either player left. Will be interesting if like we will have some relatively uneven matchup, like not even sure Aztec Teuton or Aztec Gods could be pretty brutal, or if we have the top Civ clashing against each other.
Well, we shall see, but right now we have this is going to be an interesting one.
Ooh,
Leary in
Civs.
You got Leary in the blue as the Vietnamese to the southeast of the map, and to the west in the red as the Teutons will be MBL.
Hello, and they didn't get a lot of love. Lots of people saying they're so good. Well, Monk Resistant is quite nice. You have the cheaper farms that are really cheap nowadays. And you also get all the armor there on your melee. So they are a good meme civilization. The big problem with them, though, archers. Simply really bad.
Their archers are bad. You do have good siege and good monks, but you're slow. And this is a civ, or this is a map that is fundamentally very open and favors mobility. So kind of a little counterintuitive, not something that plays to Teuton's strengths at all. But if you play Teutons to their strengths, and like MBL can certainly do this. It certainly like fits with his own play style. I think you can definitely make them work. The civ is inherently still very, very strong.
Okay, yeah. And also, like, he's facing Vietnamese now, not really the most mobile civilization themselves, so you're not getting as punished here.
Yeah, exactly. So that is probably something MBL's fairly happy about. It is going to be a very strong archer civ against, you know, not a good civ that's like not even great skirmishers, no bracer. But yeah, still, I think this is totally a workable matchup here for MBL. It's in a very early loom.
I honestly think, I know that I'm not allowed to say it, but I will still say it. I think Leary could go for CA here.
Why are you not allowed to say it?
Because CA are bad. And I'm getting trashed every single time. If I say it.
People need to learn the ways of the Cav Archer, man, and they're still fine. CA, honestly, Vietnamese, they do get a little bit of extra HP. You're still missing Parthian tactics, but I mean, especially mid game, there are certainly worse things you can be doing.
Oh, Leary wants to lame a villager there at the elephant. Let's take a look how active Leary is going to be. Elephant is being shot. Yeah, I think he's a bit too far away. And
yeah, a little out of position.
Yeah, I was a bit optimistic by him for sure. Barracks being dropped. We are collecting 10 more gold, collecting those sheep in the back. And Leary will play Drush into archers, most likely. MBL, well, goes for some MBL wards already. Goes for some gold collection, but without a barracks.
Interesting. Not too sure what that's going to be for. And something that actually the failed little lame attempt from Leary reminded me is there really hasn't been much laming in this series.
Yeah.
MBL not really going for it much, or Leary for that matter.
Well, I think it all started, like, in general, this map isn't great for laming. And, like, more than sheep, I think. And also MBL against Yo, he lost 2 games, and in both of them he went for heavy laming. And then he kind of said, okay, it's even worse than I thought.
Yeah, definitely. And I think that's good. I think it makes for overall more compelling games to watch. Scout just taking a little bit of damage right there. I like that MBL is walling to the top of the hill. That's going to be quite nice. And still with 0 use for that extra gold, but that's okay. He'll need the gold eventually.
Got some hits off here. Scout, though, for MBL, just trading off. Waits a bit for the militia, but scouted off hits quite evenly. And what is this gameplay by MBL again? Collected 10 gold, no barracks, endless amount of walls, quick walls. The top should get those quite easily. What's the game plan?
Well, if this was Ornlu playing, you would go for fast castle, you know, siege defense with mangonels and whatnot, and boom. Just, like, slowly get to late game and, like, push out with, like, castles and onagers and whatnot, but honestly, I don't even think that's a terrible idea against Vietnamese. Just go full Teutons.
Okay. Well, map will be tricky. You are getting completely surrounded by 3 crossbow men then, so not my favorite idea. I think that strategy works somewhat if you have like some safer resources, but we will have to see more army than that out of MBL. Goes up 1057 here, place pop 24 approach.
I think what you could also do, because you're right, MBL's map is fairly bad. Just go for some skirmishers. I mean, it's not like you're going to be winning any skirm fights against Vietnamese, but it's just going to be something to keep you alive while you get your eco up and rolling. Teutons and Vietnamese both have pretty good ecos. Teutons, I'd say, are a little bit better. Already 4 farms here for Leary.
He plays Josh FC. 25 villagers, another one in the queue. and goes for some ostrich at the front, drops more farms. So we're just waiting for him to send 3 or 4 villagers on to gold. And then the big question is, what army is he going for?
Could be the Cav Archer play, but more likely just going to be fast castle crossbowman. That seems like a very Leary playstyle anyway.
Yeah, I don't mind either. So Pep 29, not your typical population that you can see for Droshvar's castle, but remember it's only 2 militia and he lost the scout, so it is the typical 31. MBL, he is making some power moves with arriving fuel age with 500 wood in the bank.
I guess he's just waiting for Horse Collar to start seeding all those farms for maximum efficiency. And I honestly... Wait, no barracks still. Am I actually right? Is Emil just going to go full Teuton?
Yeah. Well, it might be some more units, but he's playing it like the first game against Velez, right? Just play it wall and then, well, eco upgrades, holding, but that should be punished.
It should be. And, okay, there's the barracks.
And what is he going for? Is he going for knights?
I don't know. This is just very, very interesting. Happy Feudal Age Leary. Going to be going for an archer range and likely a blacksmith. Indeed, he is. Everything Leary's doing makes plenty of sense to me. I think just the big question mark is what the heck is MBL up to?
Well, castle age timing won't be too bad from him. Indeed, stable is being dropped. And, well, I think Leary needs to send his 3 villagers at the front back there. Indeed, now he is. And once they arrive, he can go up to castle age. Oh, he even squeezes in 3 villagers. Interesting.
3 villagers. Oh, before clicking up?
Yep.
Yep, just didn't quite have the resources necessary. Actually, still doesn't. But likely will be totally fine. Just a little bit of idle time. And there he goes, getting up to castle age at 1638. Definitely not anything to be ashamed of when going for Drush FC.
Leary will probably scout that one with his militia. And look at that. 2 fake archers before going on to CA.
The great debate.
Might kill
I like that
scouts.
MBL is still keeping his scout alive. Maybe Leary can go for the snipe. Or he could... Oh, 1 HP.
Well, how long though? For how long?
I was taking a sip of coffee, so like I didn't move my my screen, and like on my screen it looked like the scout just like got deleted because I didn't see the archer that was even further to the right.
Well, I had 10 out of 10 camera work for that.
Well, I mean,
Like short distance, seeing the archer fly in and... Yeah.
This is why you're the pro cameraman.
Yeah. Well, that's like the development probably of my career, right? Pro player into pro caster into pro tournament organizer into pro cameraman.
You know, it's good to have a diverse portfolio when trying to make your way in the world of AoE. Also, I like the militia that's still being left alive, completely knowing what MBL's up to.
That's so good. That's so good. How he dove under there. Gets so much intel.
Yeah.
But did he only see 1 stable? Yeah, he didn't see the second one. Might be caught off guard.
Yep, little bit of a harassment. A villager, going forward with a low villager seems a little unnecessarily risky. It's on 5 HP and 1... Oh! Wait, how did the militia not kill the villager? It had a downhill hit, and the villager had 5 HP. I guess... Wait. Oh, I guess it doesn't do enough damage. It only does 5 damage.
Okay. Added 2 scouts. All running over to the other side. Instant chain barding armor.
Leary did get a villager snipe, so that's definitely quite nice for him.
Quick wall. Not going to happen. Scouts are moving in.
Nope.
1 defense upgrade can be annoying.
Also, Teuton's now getting the extra melee armor, so the villagers will only be dealing 1 damage to these scouts, so that's definitely not something the villagers are going to feel good about taking, and that's going to be a very hard quick wall to make happen, but Leary is a lot better at this game than I am, maybe?
No, not really,
No,
Onlu.
no.
Not really. No, he is not. He is not. Look at that. Somehow with luck saves those villagers, but quick walls are on the same level.
Oh, yeah.
Even loses a villager. Oh, Onlu.
Feels bad, man. And what's MBL? MBL is just 2 stable knights right now. No extra TC is added just yet. But, I mean, Leary's army isn't super great. He doesn't even have Vodka Arrow.
No, not
And the
too
scouts are
excited.
still alive?
5 knights. 2 more added. Crossbow count at 12. 2 being added at the moment. And Leary just chilling at home. Probably knowing that 2 TCs might be giving him the lead over MBL.
They certainly will in the long run. MBL has... Okay, now MBL's adding in a second town center. Could be adding in a third one very shortly as well. But he's going to need to expand outside of his little base right now because he doesn't really have a great spot for a third TC that really secures him more resources. So can be interested to see how he's going to go about doing that.
I think he will play 2 TC and forward Siege Workshop.
That's certainly not a bad idea. Villager. Oh, there's a forward villager. Oh, quick walls. Can't quick wall farms.
It's going to be tricky here. Plus 2
MBL not committing,
defense.
though.
Still no Botkin. I think... Oh, another villager sniper at the top. Those 2 scouts getting some real value.
Yeah, very much so. So that's definitely a big break there for MBL. Crossbow numbers are steadily increasing, however, but no Bodkin still for Leary. I mean, it's definitely still an expensive upgrade at this stage. But I assume the Mangonel is going to be on the way very shortly here.
Indeed, it is queued up now. And Leary, he has no idea that this is happening. Has relatively little vision. Now goes for the stable, so he... actually, that is the counter to it, right? So he knows what's up.
Yeah, I guess he does, but it's still going to be pretty tricky to make work. Lots and lots of knights here. I don't think Leary should try and move out on the map right now. He's going to be absolutely annihilated by those knights. He's just chilling. Okay.
16 on food at the moment. First knight's coming out, and Leary sees that one. There's...
What? That was weird.
Can't really build there. Okay. Crossbow's coming over. This is so tough for Leary. It's so easy to look bad in this spot.
Yeah, it's like the knights already have bloodlines +2 defense, 1 Mangonel here already. A ram even queued up. MBL really wants to go for this town center. That's interesting.
Oh, not sure if I like this too much. I think just Mangonels are doing the job here. Huh, feels like a bit of an over-aggressive move. Leary sends 1 crossbow around the map. Not really sure what that's all about. MBL even adding TC number 3. Leary with the Siege Workshop at the edge of the map.
Yeah, but that one's not coming up just yet. Losing another villager. Couple knights here for Leary, but they are, of course, unupgraded. And actually canceling the ram, I think, and replacing it with a Mangonel, so... MBL listening to you.
I like that choice. Knights coming over, which probably should find the kill against the Mango. Needed 5 hits. And Siege Workshop will get another villager kill. 1 knight traded off against 1 Mangonel. That's good enough for Leary.
Indeed, it is. MBL will now be claiming the villager lead for the time being. More and more knights on the way. Leary's actually going for the counterattack. I don't like this that much.
If it's a 1 TC play, I think that makes way more sense. But against 3 TCs, you're not finding the villager kills.
You're not finding the villager kills, and you're just saying, hey, MBL, I have 19 crossbowmen here. Just send your knights back and kill them all.
Or attack me at home and kill me there.
Yeah, like... I feel like that's actually a huge mistake, as knights are just charging in through the town center of Leary. No way Leary's knights can even fight the knights, as it's 5 melee armor to 2. Oh, big yikes for Leary and MBL.
Well, absolutely back in the series, honestly. Like those
Oh,
knights,
yeah, no,
as you
this
said,
is-
can't do too much. The knights at the bottom finding some kills. Crossbows doing nothing.
Yeah, they're killing a Palisade. I mean, they're forcing a little bit of idle time, but MBL doesn't really care that much. He can be perfectly content to just sit back a little bit, mass up some Knights for the defense. And yeah, the Knights of Leary are just nowhere near effective enough.
Oh, now tries to go for some repair. Knights are diving under it though. Next Magno shots will ungarrison the villagers. So many dying. This game is over.
Oh, this game is turbo over even. Oh, the villagers, no!
Magno dance.
Yeah.
Leary still wants to play here for some reason. Score is absolutely unrealistic for a comeback here. Pop 50 against 70. Crossbows are coming back, but they can't do anything for the defense. Leary even scouted that MBL is on more than 1 TC.
Yeah, I'm not too sure what Leary thinks he can accomplish, and the game is indeed over, as DE tells us.
Setting up the comeback here is MBL. 2 games in a row, and so many people saying like, oh, you're still think this is over, 6-0. Well, it is not.
It is definitely not, and to be fair, the NBL of the first 3 games looks very different from the NBL of these games. The past 2 games, much more aggressive as this NBL, and willing to put Leary in much more uncomfortable positions. Like, they're willing to commit more to it.
Yeah, exactly. That, I think, is the most important thing, right? This is non-standard Age of Empires. This isn't the full meta. Like, going, like, walls into no army, then knights, like, no extra TC, then the aggressive siege workshop. This is something that Leary rarely played against in his life. The Trush with Khmer Spearmen, something he probably never faced in his life before. And this is what he should rely on, in my opinion.
Yeah, this is where MBL can have an advantage over Leary and can definitely take, you know, a best of 11 over Leary if he can continue to make this stuff happen, but it's 2-3 right now, and it's looking pretty close.
KD pretty brutal here for MBL, 44-14. And economy all over the place from both players, so relatively even. Solid fast caster by Leary, but yeah, no CA, no win.
There you go. Maybe you need to be coaching Leary. And, you know, Teutons were one of the weaker civs of MBL. Vietnamese a little bit better.
As we can X them out here. So we see Vietnamese gone, Teuton gone. Still both players preserving the top 2 picks from them. Chinese, Mayans, Aztec, Vikings. I'm not sure how good Vikings will actually perform against those civilizations. I think they can struggle against Mayans, Chinese, Berbers, Britons. But yeah, Aztecs should be really good for Leary as well.
I don't know why players are letting Aztecs through their bans, man. Like, the Civ is just so good. I mean, it has a 65% win rate with 20 games played in this tournament.
Yeah, and 65% also, it was picked so often, so it faced a lot of other strong civs in best of 5s and best of 3s as well.
Indeed. Mayans as well, looking very strong. 17 wins to 11 losses, 61% win rate.
Crazy. Yeah. Well, that's why we saw them so early. Which is funny, right? Because we always say, okay, this map is so much about mobility, so much about gold control, and that civ is basically absolutely worthless if you don't have gold control. But apparently, their advantages early on are just so good that they get into that gold control.
Yeah, definitely. So what are we seeing next?
Alive just joined their game. It's Leary, MBL, Krazina, and Alive in there. Maybe wants to chat a bit. Like, yeah, hello. Yeah. Maybe you still know me. I was one of the best players in 2003. Actually, later as well. But yeah, he okay. All space closed now. 3 out of 3 in there.
Oh, feels bad, man.
If MBL plays as Gauss, MBL will win 100%. Seems like I would bet against that.
Yeah. Although that would be the time to lame, if any.
Yeah, surely. And again, that would be a good one to put Leary into a tricky situation that he isn't used to play against.
Mm-hmm.
Neely, I have to ask again, why is your favorite animal a hippo and not a panda? Well, wouldn't that be unbearable?
I'll allow it. I'll allow it.
Okay. Okay, they picked their colors. They're changing up colors so much. I'm so happy that we just decided on friend folk colors early on. Now it's red with yellow, out of nowhere.
This isn't Red Bull Wololo.
Neely's favorite animal is a hippopotamus. I can handle the joke, but I don't want to. Ay.
Well, I don't know what you expected. Either chat with an Ornlu Nilly co-cast.
Yeah. Didn't I announce it as like should be a fantastic day?
Yeah.
Yeah. Why are
Looks
they
like
taking so long?
Maybe Leary needed a quick break.
Well, he was around. I think it's more likely that MBL needed a break.
Had to get some Snickers ice cream.
Is that an MBL thing?
Yes, that's an MBL thing.
Okay, didn't even know. How much Snickers ice cream is he consuming?
Gets to have another scoop of ice cream per win.
Okay.
It's motivation, right? It's like the carrot at the end of the stick.
What is a good word joke that is actually coming back to you?
What do you mean?
A pomerang?
Pun meringue?
Punrang?
Pun meringue?
Okay. Maybe stretch it too far there.
Punnerang? Well, are we getting into it?
Okay.
Maybe. Nope.
Yeah, I was refreshing as well, and I was like, no, nothing is happening at my end. Okay, now Cresini left the game, so we should be jumping in it pretty soon.
Hopefully.
Okay, now I don't see them in the lobby browser anymore and see them in spectate games. So we will jump into it, and it will be, for me, second row against third row. For you, first row against second row.
Nope, both second row.
But isn't 4?
It's the 6th pick versus the
What?
7th pick? They're right next to each other in terms of picks.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Well, nice mystery there. It is Berbers against Slavs. And, well, could be an interesting one. MBL loves his Berbers. And that was one of the games where he lamed so much against Mr. Yo. Will we see it again?
Yeah, definitely. Berbers are a really interesting pick. Berbers and MBL are like one of those perhaps less common civs, but that a certain player really likes them and gravitates towards them. You see MBL go for Berbers a lot. And yeah, it's interesting to see that, he really believes in this civ. And it can be really good, but Slavs are obviously just strong, solid civ. Just, good in most scenarios.
But, well, mobility sometimes not really their thing, and facing camel archers could become tricky for Slavs. Skirmish is obviously not the greatest unit for them. I think, though, Halberdier and Siege Push from Slavs could be something really tricky against Berbers.
Yeah, it's funny because Berbers are like, you know, their historical weakness, I guess, in AoE is against Halb Ram pushes, although they technically have fully upgraded champions, fully upgraded hand cannoneers, and bombard cannons, but it's just a matter of you're always having to do like a 180 in your tech tree to be able to stop that.
Yeah.
But maybe the Civ could be figured out more so that maybe you're a little bit in a better position if you've configured that sort of push is coming. But people just don't play Berbers all that often, so we'll have to see.
Well, indeed we will. We have 3 villages on wood for MBL. He will probably expand a bit more here with some houses. How do we like the maps here? I see a lot of forests surrounding MBL. Front looks relatively open, goats at the top, but not a lot of stone control possible for him.
No, and as you were mentioning, Camel Archers are going to be a very powerful unit in this matchup. Going to be definitely, I think, wanting to get towards those, especially since Slavs have great monks and great halberdiers and whatnot. So going to be, I think, wanting to go for the more ranged-ish option. Meanwhile, Matt for Leary kind of can see the like houses to the wood line to protect the forage bushes, perhaps. Maybe do the wall from the wood line to the wood line, but still looking, it's all right, I guess.
Yeah, base design for MBL already giving me a headache, honestly. How he's excluding the stone there, not really using the woodline at the front. But okay, we'll control the goat in the back. We'll have safe woodlines, so not the worst thing ever. Is stealing a sheep, might steal 2 more sheep even. Or, barely missing those as well.
Ooh, that's a little unfortunate there for MBL.
It's more unfortunate for Leary.
I was going to say, that's so sad.
Oh, God. That's -3 sheep for him. Did push 1 zebra earlier. Now pushes the other ostrich and zebra to follow it up.
We'll be doing just that. And MBL, being MBL, going for some early walling. Interesting that he isn't going for loom yet. Did he see the scout of Leary being, pushing the deer at home, or is he just guessing? Because that seems like very, very risky to send the villager all the way out without loom.
Maybe he thinks left-hand side is unlikely that the scout will actually like hug the edge of the map, and right-hand side he also has a scout. But yeah, safe approach might have been something with loom there for sure. Leary will have a very tight base for himself.
Oh yeah, is this Leary playing or Spring? It's actually still. Oh no, it's not open. Okay.
Is that a spring thing? I didn't even know.
Oh, it's definitely a spring thing.
Okay.
Like this sort of thing. It's I don't know. I see Spring do it very often, but Emil clicking up 22 pop. No barracks in just yet. What do you think this is going to be for?
Maybe just get eco upgrades and chill again. But
it's something that MBL does a fair amount, and honestly, I think it's pretty good.
Well, Hera said it is something that should never ever work and is easily punishable. And knowing that Leary and Terra most likely will train and most likely will discuss stuff, I would be surprised if that
MBL's
works.
in the finals, and Hera lost in the round of 8.
Well, yes, he did. Still, point stands in my opinion.
Yeah, definitely. Hera just barely lost to Leary in another really close series. But let's see. Leary going to be getting up 21 pop, likely just going to be opening scouts. Pretty normal stuff with Slavs. And we could just be seeing these guys take it a bit easier in Feudal Age and want to focus a bit more on Castle Age.
And what was that? Oh, look at that. Leary did send 2 villagers forward to build a stable, then scouted the walls, and did go for both eco upgrades, now dropping farms. He kind of is skipping army here.
I like it. You know, you're not really expecting a ton of aggression from your opponent, and I think he maybe thinks his opponent doesn't have a barracks, which is correct. I mean, he didn't see one at the front, which is where you would expect one to be built. I guess MBL could have built it somewhere else, but I think that's still a reasonable guess to make. And yeah, just making a spearman and looking pretty nice as both players just big chillin'.
Interesting. And apparently both players feeling... Oops, Scout not getting a hit of by the spearman. Both players feeling like they can play the long game with their civilization. Leary going for the bigger walls, now wants to include his gold.
Yep, going to be doing that now, building a stable after several farms are being built. Slav Eco obviously is going to be very, very good. Going to be their biggest strength in this matchup, along with Halbs and Rams and whatnot. But still, if you're playing Berbers and you're getting to more or less skip the Feudal Age and get into Castle Age, that's definitely, I think, going to be... It's going to at least feel like a really nice win.
Well, the thing is, though, he will have to go for knights here, right? Because Camel Archer's out of the option with not including any of his stones. And then mass knights against Slavs doesn't excite me too much.
Not especially. Although he could still go onto stone. Could like go for like a tower or something.
Puts you further behind, but
yeah.
Well.
I mean, I don't love it, but I agree. I don't really love the going mass knights against Slavs. It just feels like, yeah, Berber knights are cheaper, but Slavs have the eco upgrades, or the eco just power, and yeah, they also have good monks, and it's a natural switch for them into pikemen.
Wild idea. Is there an option that MBL buys himself 500 stone?
Yes, because it's Market Blacksmith. That is interesting.
Or just double TC Mangonel defense? Full Orndu style?
Full Ornlu style. Never go full Ornlu.
It has only 4 villages on gold, though, so I think there will be a maximum of like 6 on gold, and then buying isn't really a thing. Now even juggled a bit with his resources, and as you can see, sold wood and went up there.
To be fair, this does look scarily like one of my games. Oh man. Ooh, what's Leary up to, actually? He's going to be taking matters into his own hands and building a house at the edge of the map.
And, well, maybe MBL is just following up with a reasonable approach here. By the way, 1658 Castle Age timing. That is pretty solid. Players have gotten so good at doing this.
Yeah, like, we're at the point where, like, clicking up to Castle Age at, like, 19 minutes feels late, even if there is, like, you know, a decent amount of feudal play. Like, you know, 2 years ago, you'd be, you know, fast to click up to Castle Age at 19 minutes.
Well, times have changed. And I think I like the approach of Leary. That's untypical for him, something I wouldn't expect, that he goes forward with a siege workshop there, and makes a lot of sense with the Slavs behind this, punishes Berbers quite nicely. I think this should work out nicely for him.
Well, it's interesting because I feel like that sort of play is not at all good against fast camel archers, but I mean, he sees that MBL has no stone, at least I think he does. Actually, he doesn't see the secondary stone, so he has no idea. But getting a little lucky then.
Leary sees both stones.
He does? Wait, no he doesn't. Oh, never mind. Oh, he just barely sees. Yeah, my bad.
MBL knows about that one as well, and just camping with one scout in front of the base, doesn't really know where it is, and well, guess what? Wheelbarrow timing for MBL! At 35 out of 35 population. This guy, it hurts so much.
Every time, man. Leary with 6 spearmen, by the way. Siege Workshop coming in. I like that he's just not been stopping with the spearmen production. I mean, whatever Berbers are doing, it's going to involve something on horseback. So the spearmen are at least going to have some sort of nice utility at that point.
Do you think Nikov might be a better player if he's housed more often?
That's a great question. Well, maybe time will have to tell on that one. And oh no, MBL's going full Ornlu, if not defensive monastery first, along with a bunch of extra town centers.
Oh boy, Knight is clearing up the attack there, wants to go for some more spearmen, but well, let's take a look. I think it feels so tough, but I think Leary even waiting for 2 mangonels before showing them might be an option. Not sure if you are that patient, though. And if you realize that hiding your strategy actually makes so much sense. But he does. Oh god, like, this is so good.
If the longer Leary hides it up to a certain point, it's going to be even harder for MBL to deal with because he's investing more and more into eco and not into any sort of defense whatsoever. He probably thinks Leary's just making some knights and booming or whatever.
Mm-hmm. I did
But
see knights, but did also see that they only have forging. Huh.
well, Leary waits for the second mangonel and goes forward. I think this is the correct decision, and those villagers on the wood line look very sad.
If you have kids at home, close their eyes. Ah, that's going to be bad. 0 villagers down. This is going to be bad. 0 villagers down. This is going to be bad. What happened here? Why did he kill anything?
I have no
How did
idea.
that happen?
Oh, and now it's going to be the Berber pikeman play.
Oh, and this is why you see Leary never playing this strategy. Oh
Yeah.
god.
This is clearly something that he's not as comfortable doing.
There should have been 8 dead villagers.
Leary also adding in a second town center at home, so it's not like he's going full commitment to this. Now adding in the pikeman upgrade as well. I mean, MBL is still pretty much caught flat-footed, but yeah, it should have been a way worse position for him than it was.
Pikeman upgrade. Leary is having 1 extra TC behind this one. Magnol's still doing a lot of damage. What should he really focus on? He goes for the monastery.
I don't really like that. You're not too worried about a bunch of monks, especially from Berbers. Berbers don't get sanctity. I'm not sure if Leary knows that, but...
No chance. Like, honestly, like, 0% chance that he knows that.
Yeah,
1%.
I realized that probably was a little too optimistic on that one. Oh, but the monk does actually get a conversion on the knight, and stable plus siege workshop coming in here for MBL.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm surprised that Leary actually wasn't committing more earlier with the knights, just like running right through, because MBL like literally had nothing.
Yeah. He was committing against the barracks a bit. Now 2 mangonels on the inside, 2 mangonels on the outside. Don't like this too much. He doesn't like it either. Opens the walls a bit more, and that TC is going to fall guaranteed.
It will, but MBL does have a comfortable 10 villager lead at this point. But he's going to need to get a lot of units really quickly. Now going for some stone walls, but your walls are only as strong as your weakest link, and there's still a hole between the house and the stable.
That's a weak link. 0 HP.
Yeah.
Okay, Mangonel wants to loop around, blocked a bit by the villagers there. And what's the defense going to be? 3 knights now thinking about moving forward. That TC is a goner, and with it, it feels like 10 farms.
Yeah,
Mangonel.
that sounds like a pretty reasonable guess. Mangonel Dance. Not going to be getting a whole lot done. Ooh, conversion potential.
But monks around to get the counter conversions, and that's actually... I watched a video of some arena clown on YouTube, and he said if you play this monk siege push, actually taking out the monastery of the defender is really, really good because they need to juggle resources a lot.
Yeah. It's definitely something that can be quite scary, and that is 6 mangonels, Nilly. That is not messing around mangonel numbers.
Yeah, 5 is messing around, 6 is serious pushing territory for Leary,
Exactly.
who is going for 3 TCs himself.
What are you, MBL?
Gets a conversion there. Counterattack with some knights. Won't really do too much. And... ooh, houses are going down quite fast. Oh!
But the knights are gonna run in and kill everything, right? 2 for 1? 2 for 1. But you
Okay.
need more than that.
Now goes back. Knights should deal with that. Make it 2 for 2 in an extended fight. Or is it?
Oh! And he gets the quick walls up behind it because Leary didn't push in right away.
That should not have happened there. Leary with a misstep just stopped going there, and that was so massive. Meanwhile, the knights at the other side were blocking the TC. That was beautiful for MBL on so many ends.
Really, really was. I don't know why Leary, one, the losing all those mangonels, it definitely shouldn't have happened, but also, why didn't he run in with the knights? As soon as he took down, I think that was the market, right? And he could have just ran in with his knights.
Oh, Gordy. That is rough. It's still, like, not the worst spot for him, right? He's continuing to push, still keeps up the aggression. Oh. And now Knight is coming out. Oh, Redemption. Hello. Okay. Deleted that Mangonel there. 1 Knight going down. Leary has to be happy with that.
Indeed. I mean, Leary's still in a good spot, right? He's only down 9 villagers when he has the power of Slav farms on his side. He's now grabbing Wheelbarrow. But MBL went from having no chance in this game to having a little bit of a chance, and it's the Berber infantry play!
Oh boy. Well, and someone once said like, oh, it is quite weird, but Berbers actually get fully upgraded champions. And, well, we will see how that's going to happen. Still no supplies. Oh, what? Mangonel gets a kill. Mangonel gets...
make
two
that 2.
kills again. Oh, God. Supplies!
Oh, boy. And this is what I'm saying. Like, I feel like Berbers do still need to be figured out a little bit, because although they are still weak to the Halb Ram stuff, like, they do have fully upgraded champions, right? So if you can make the transition work, it still could be quite good.
Oh god, Leary's Mangonel micro so bad this game, no real splits. One big thing we have to mention though, fast forward into 3 minutes, where's MBL's next woodline?
Oh, the one on the left side?
Oh yeah, he still has one in the back, okay. I just see like the right hand side of the Oasis running dry, left hand side not looking too pretty either.
Yeah. Now he still has that woodline in the back, it'll last him I think a little while longer, but we're still looking at 11 military to 22. MBL does still have several knights here to buy him a little bit of time.
It's no defense upgrade, no bloodlines. Those knights aren't sitting too pretty under TC fire.
Not really, though +2 defense is now coming in here for Leary, and he's still in the driver's seat. He's more or less caught up economically. He's on 3 TCs, his opponent has been knocked down to 2. But Squire's forging on the way. I mean, there's still going to be 7 +2 knights, 3 monks. Like, it's going to be a lot for the swordsman to chew through.
108 pop against 95. Mangonel again getting a kill here. Boah, Leary, sloppy place.
Yeah, very, very strange. Like, the thing is, he's still in a really good spot, but he could be in a better spot.
Honestly, like, the Mangonel control was better, the game would be over.
Oh, yeah. 100%. But MBL, he's slowly getting to swordsman numbers that he would need. Maybe he adds in some camels as well to help deal with the knights, but, I mean, like, where's the army, man?
I actually think MBL can easily hold this one. Upgrades on the knights simply not that hard. And now dives in. Is he having +2/+2 there? Okay, I didn't even realize. Now kills all the monks. Okay. That went better than expected.
Yeah, I mean, he was missing bloodlines, but had +2/+2 and got bloodlines halfway through that fight. Still, though, military counts are even, but now Leary is ahead economically. I think MBL still holds, but Leary's going to be in a great spot, you know, going forward.
3 exposed monks, and he will be surprised by those long swords. Didn't see them for quite some time. Now gets some more conversions against the Mangonels. Will he? How's MBL building a farm in the fight?
Don't question it. Just believe in the power of farming.
Okay, really needed some farms apparently.
No, this is truly full Ornlu style. There's a huge fight going on. Let's just make sure our farms are working.
Oh god, okay.
Man, that's a lot of long swordsmen.
Yeah, they will clear this one up quite nicely. 17 still on the map, 7 more in the queue. Leary, what's his next step? Is he going crossbows? He is going mass knights for now. 12 on the field, 3 more in the queue, and builds a very aggressive castle at the left-hand side. I think right-hand side is something I would love more.
Oh yes, here it is. Yeah, I mean that's it's a risky castle. Whereas I feel like if you just build one near your like the hills on the right side, yeah, it would be a lot safer and still in a very strong position aggressively.
I think he might not get that one up. Honestly, does he have enough control? He's pushing back slightly now. Also, I think like having those castles just for Boya production could be so good for you as well. Like he can get 2 castles up now.
Oh yeah, then you can go for a bunch of boyars. They're going to be great versus the swordsmen. And it looks like a knight raid counterattack going to be coming in here for Leary as well. Only 4 swordsmen to defend. That is definitely not going to be enough. And here comes the castle.
Yeah, don't think it will finish, honestly. Knights are taking this fight. We have some Monka ass around, getting some good conversions, trying to protect those villagers. It's only melee. He could wall those villagers in. Another Mangonel is coming over, though. Is at 70%. Knights are falling, and now he tries to quick wall. This one shouldn't be a thing.
Uh-oh. Someone send out the doubt signal.
Sending.
Uploading. Mangonel coming in, I believe, should finish off those villagers before the castle finishes.
Oh, this was such a bad move by Leary, honestly. So extremely unnecessary. 93%. Hammers a bit more, but why did he need to go for that castle?
He didn't. Yeah, now it's just pikemen plus some knights and camels for MBL. This is exactly what you need to be doing at this point. Leary is still with a fairly sizable villager advantage, but MBL has a huge army right now.
Look at that move from MBL. He sends army to the left-hand side, expecting some shift-click villagers to come from the left-hand side. Lovely anticipation. Right-hand side, still his army. Gets debated a bit, and one villager just running through the center. No, it's not. MBL up to Imperial Age. It's looking not too bad for him.
Pretty impressive, honestly, that he's able to squeeze out Imperial Age against Slavs who are like 30 vills ahead. I mean, obviously Leary was committing a bit to, like a lot more to military, but still under a lot of pressure, and having an advantage in a Treb war here could be really good.
Knights running away from the left-hand side. Pikemen lost in the center. Are we going for Boya now? At the moment, not a lot of production from Leary. Just saves up to get up to him.
Indeed, I think Boyars should still be a decent consideration going forward. Nope, going to be the swordsman play for Leary as well. And, you know, obviously Slav's going to have a huge edge in that regard.
Sadly, we won't see supplies attacked by them. And yeah, once he gets to Druzhina, obviously there won't be a single fair infantry fight anymore in this game.
No, definitely not. We could see MBL maybe get onto stone eventually and then start to go into his own camel archers, but no, archery range is coming in.
93%
University as well
for that castle still. MBL is getting arson, tries to kill that one. I still feel like maybe some raids there, test your water, and send another 10 villagers trying to get that castle up. Might be worth it, no?
I would guess so. Maybe he thinks that MBL just wouldn't slip up like that. Nice snipe there on the monk, though. MBL now adding in another town center on the left-hand side. And I think the archery range is just for hand cannoneers.
Okay, yeah.
With the university coming up just now.
I wouldn't mind that. I think I would try it so much with those villagers. Like, that castle going up is just so good for you.
Yeah, that's
And HP doesn't really matter then, right? A castle there with 1k HP is as good as with 4.8k.
Pretty much. Although, like a bunch of infantry camping under it, you might need to grab murder holes.
Yeah, okay.
Because like a bunch of infantry with arson will still kill it pretty quickly.
Okay, now army is debated away a bit. Oh, why? Like, how cool he is not overcommitting there. I would have already lost 10 more villagers.
Yeah. And I think one of the biggest improvements I've seen in Leary throughout this entire tournament is how much more careful, and I guess reserved he's being. Not like just really trying to push in with units, you know, perhaps a little too much. So yeah, definitely really great to see him become, I guess, a more complete player.
Nice quick watch there by MBL, preventing those light cav to get in. Might find some kills there against the monks. No.
Ooh.
Gets two and should get out of there. No, loses quite some against the pikemen. And Longsword's pushing in. This is the moment to send the boys again. And that's 1.5k on that castle. That castle should go up. He's actually building the left one first. That shouldn't be a thing. Just go for the first one.
Yeah. Just click the castle, my man.
He is 113 HP on the other one. That actually, the second one could go down. Is being cancelled. The first one goes up. And that will be so ugly for MBL to defend now. Still no wood control for him.
Nope, castle goes up. No wood control, no stone control either. I mean, MBL's not going to get a castle, like, in the remotely near future.
Yeah. 150 stone. We did mention it earlier. Stone spot's so bad for him. So bombard cannon's the only option. And his siege workshop, well, at reasonable spots. He's going for the hand cannoneer pikeman defense, so can protect those quite nicely. But still 40 villagers behind.
And with a lot of them idle, too, is definitely a big problem. Another town center coming in here for MBL, having to buy that one. He needs to get to good hand cannon numbers. To be fair, Slavs are fairly weak to good gunpowder. And although Berbers don't have any bonuses, they still do get full complement of various gunpowder units. And this, it's bad for MBL, but I don't think he's quite dead yet.
I don't really see the winning condition too easily. Like, yeah, bombard cannons will clear up that castle, but where are we getting wood? Like, that's like the expansion is not really there. MBL just so cornered game after game.
It's not really the player who really focuses on map control too much, generally speaking. And Leary has so much stone in the bank, so he can repair this castle quite easily if he actually does that. Leary.
He lets the one die, apparently. 800 stones left. Okay, now goes for some repair. I don't really see a good way of sniping those bombard cannons, though. 3 out already. And, well, probably just buying some time. Lots of villagers will die at the stone.
Yeah, I mean, Leary still is completely in control of this game. Hussar raids, not really something MBL can answer. And there goes the castle. The hand cannon numbers, though, Nilly, they're climbing.
Something... Yeah.
Yeah, that's still not something that is too great for Leary to deal with.
Something I absolutely love. Leary, he knows, okay, you're so cornered. Why are we still in this game? What's happening? And sends some Hussars at the left-hand side trying to explore the area. Knows that there has to be an extra base, but there is not. And that's why Leary is so far ahead.
Yep. It is double the villager count right now here for Leary. Champion on the way. Hand cannons trying to, hold off as best they can. Pikemen coming in to reinforce. Is this a fight Leary wins? I don't think so.
I think he is killing at least a lot of gold units, and, well, MBL doesn't have any gold income anymore, so actually a reasonable fight there. Just keeping up the pressure, and, yeah, behind the scenes, there are just so many raids.
Yeah, I think the raids are actually what does it. Nothing you can do to stop that at this point. Another castle coming in here for Leary. And if there's anything we learned from this game, it's to never go full Ornlu.
You mean losing 6 mangonels to 1? No, that was full Neely. Yeah, full Ornlu was just don't build any army.
Just don't build any army. You don't need army, just need villagers. I will point out that I am, I believe, 9-17 in my recent games.
9-17, okay. Ay. Well, that sneaky attack of Leary, I love that he mixed it up. The execution wasn't perfect, but the strategy choice was just so incredibly good for him. And look at the space design. Like, this could be at the box of an Age of Empires. Like, if you want to sell DE, just take a picture of this Leary base.
Yeah. Looks good.
Pretty.
All the farms. Best unit for Slavs.
Okay. Then let's take a look at the statistics. Leary slightly ahead there. Did obviously waste a lot of units there. Raiding in the end. But economy.
And look at that stone especially. Was that a horse sound to represent the rating of the Hussars from Leary?
What horse sound?
Exactly.
Hi. 4-2, the lead for Mr. Leary. MBL. It felt like he had the shot winning this one at some point.
Did he? He had a good mangonel hit, but he still didn't have an army.
Yeah, he was cornered. They really had all the TCs working behind this one as well. There was one very good scene where he got the mangonels, where he denied the TC. It was tricky.
Yeah, definitely.
Wanting the cast foundation would have been a thing to do. Well, I think building a ram there might have done it as well.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely.
4-2 for Mr. Leary. He is hosting again. Crazini in the game. Waiting for MBL to join this one as well. The winner gets $50,000. No, $17,000. $9,000 for second place. Exclamation mark bracket will give you the info as always.
Yep. I'm gonna take a quick break. I'll be right back.
Okay. Then we can talk a bit Q&A here. I know that you had a lot of questions. Obviously, during a cast, like especially with the co-caster, I can't answer your question. Why can't we watch the game in-game? Because you have the wrong patch. We're playing on the old patch. Media, I've got to give it to you. You're the Panzerfaust of bad word jokes. The Panzerfaust. Okay. Score is 4-2 for Larry. Did you stop drinking? Day drinking? Never. What other animals you can imitate? Humans. Really well. Especially at social gatherings. I'm trying to pretend. Why is Leary so good even though he rarely plays the game? Lol. He plays the game often, lol. He just plays it less often than MBL, lol. He is extremely talented, I would say, lol. Do you think MBL and Leary have a poker deal type, or are they playing for the full money difference between first and second place? I think they're playing for the full amount, but I don't know. I, for the integrity of the tournament, hope that they do. Why the old patch? I'm late on the game. Change updates. Simply because it's too risky, right? To commit to a new patch. There historically have been bugs very often with new patches. So just play with the old one. Also, I think Memp bought Capture Age rights. And obviously wants to use Capture Age, and Capture Age that we are using at the moment doesn't work with the old patch. With the new patch. I was talking about alcohol drinking. Yeah. I didn't drink anything today. You're doing an excellent human imitationally. Thanks. If Leary wins this, do you think he's finally the Leary we were waiting on for years now? Happy smiley? No. No. Is Daddy Leary proud today? I think he is a good daddy and is proud even no matter what the result is today. Hello, what is happening here? It's schon Monday.
What are these questions? 11.
11. Social gathering. What is your favorite type of human to play? The guy that is really good at small talk. And the guy that enjoys small talk. It takes a lot of pretending from me, but yeah, that's what I normally go for. Thanks, Ashley, for 19 months. Are you happy? Yes. What do you think about the civs left, Nilly? Does MBL have enough good civs to pull 6 wins? Well, he only needs 4 more wins, right? And I think Mayans and Chinese can certainly get him 1. And then he only needs 2 more out of 3 leftover games. I think Incas can get you something. I think Goth can get you something. Britons and Malay. Yeah, I think so. There are still some favorable matchups that could happen. Would you change the 8 to make them more viable? If so, how? Change the animation of the shot delay. What will you do with your bonus hour from the daylight savings? I slept longer. The CA need a better frame delay, better training time, better accuracy. Disagree. Don't need to change training time or accuracy. They were fine before, right? Just make them wobbly CA, and they are absolutely viable again. Do you have an interesting dating stories about pro players? Lots of them. Lots of them. Ooh. Dating stories pro players? All the grills, all the party meetups. Holy moly. 6 hours. Did Neely start before KOTD? Well, somewhat. Gebettos looked so underwhelming, though. They might need a tiny buff. I think they're fine. Yeah, if so, then a tiny buff. Could we potentially see a Goth long Dark Edge play? Unlikely, I would say. I think it's too easy to counter. Do you think MBL wants Chinese or mains against Aztecs? If he loses that, it's a very good Civ gone, but if he plays a weaker Civ, Aztecs feel like a free win for Leary. Probably makes sense, yeah. He should start a religion that only believes in hippos and call it Nihilismus. Okay. Just look the rocket bean special with you, Viper, Doubt Zero, Empire, etc. Man, you looked sexy back then. Sexy back then? Am I not pretty to you every day? Do you think this hoodie makes me look fat? You don't you like my hair today? How's the weather in Hamburg? Couldn't care less. Weather is for people that go outside. Do we actually know that CA was changed? The developers claim that they haven't been changed. Yes. Are there any anti-cheat measures like stream sniping with so much money on the line? Not in this tournament. In others, yes. If we go for that religion, we need Hippocrates as a leader. Yeah, we're a bit late for that. We need another head shave to put a ring on. Okay. You should cast without clothes. How full is your inbox at hornily@gmail.com? Solid. Getting like 3-4 messages per week. Some good content included. Why players cannot stream snipe? They can. Nearly reading out messages faster than mods can delete them. Sorry. What's your OnlyFans? That's for subs, tier 3 subs only. What are Civ matchups MBL should hope go for now? Well, go for is impossible, right? He doesn't know what Leary is going for. Hope for is he needs a win against Aztecs, I believe. That's the most important thing. Yeah. Did Leary win 6-0? No. The score is 4-2. What's your favorite not mainstream map? Golden Hill. I mean, Nili did a fast reading talking course for a reason, right? I never did a fast talking course. There's no tier 3? Strayat just said, look at that. He enjoys his Strayat on a scale of 1 to 10. How good is my OnlyFans? He can answer you. 15 out of 10. Okay. What's happening after KOTD? 2v2 Nations Cup. Memp and Jordan just talked about a new tournament for 50k euro on Mem stream, but I didn't understand everything. Okay, I didn't know. Good times for Age of Empires. Okay, so another tournament at 2021. Lovely stuff. Would have been nice if we were informed. Then we could have, shared those info as well. We have a 10-minute break. I would just get the info. Okay. Yeah, that was 8 minutes ago. So good that we're filling some time. Is the 2v2 World Cup prize 50k solid? No, it's not. Should be 100k. Otherwise, it's less money per player than King of the Desert 3. What? Why? If you could live on Mars, would you? No. Whose drafts do you prefer? Well, Leftover Civilizations. Probably MBL. Okay, game 7 is live, I'm hearing.
Rogan?
Thanks, Debbie. And oh boy, we are going deep into the shift draft here. Goth against Magyar here. Interesting stuff. Game number 7. Leary looking pretty hot here. And he will pick Magyar's civilization that we have seen not a lot. MBL, on the other side, the best laming civilization. He sends the villager forward.
Oh no!
And Leary, I think he scouts it instantly. Look at that. Oh, that's so good for Leary.
This is what you gotta do.
But you can't control it. Oh, did he actually see it? Like the scout saw it?
Ooh.
But did Leary realize? He's getting the elephant very early.
To be fair, you might, at that, like, in this early stage of the game, you could just be sending your scout, you know, around without actually looking at it, because, well, normally there's not a whole lot to look at.
Let's take a look. Didn't find his second elephant yet. Sees the first ostrich lamed, sees the second zebra lamed, and maybe not even finishing the lumber camp there might be an option. 2 sheep there in the back. This is going to be a rough one. Villager still around. MBL tries to make it tricky here and tries to make it unconventional for Leary.
Well, that's probably one of the better ways you can go about this. Goths versus Magyars is actually not a bad matchup for Goths, I feel. You know, Magyars are very strong in early feudal age, but so are Goths. And then if, you know, Magyars don't have an answer to Goth late game.
Why is the scout not helping out? Why is the scout not helping out? What is Leary doing? Okay, it was enough apparently.
Well, he makes it. That is all good in the proverbial hood.
Leary lost a villager under the TC. -1.
Ooh.
Oh. Did click it too far behind.
We were saying MBL needs to throw Leary off.
And that's indeed what he's doing. Now Walt's in the woodline. This is full MBL style here. He has to make it scrappy, and Leary's reaction, not good thus far.
Indeed not. It's interesting because the 2 games in MBL 1 were like complete one-sided bops. So it seems like in the more protracted games, Leary, if he can, you know, get comfortably up and running, he seems to be unstoppable. But in these sort of scenarios, it's definitely really hard for anyone to deal with, and especially if you're in a situation where MBL is so much more used to it than Leary is.
Absolutely. Not wants to take the fight, but C is okay. You got Loom as well. Backs off and, well, has to be somewhat happy with the laming he did here. Leary only now goes for the house for 15. MBL already looking at, well, close to pop 17.
Leary does get a couple nice hits off and is even fighting downhill here.
Ooh.
Blocking the scout with his own scout, that was pretty sick.
Oh, a lovely one indeed. It's lots of damage done. 14 HP to 21 and scares that away. Good job by Leary.
Yeah, definitely. Should be forcing the scout and villager away now for MBL. Gets another nice hit in.
Bop, 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 bop.
Can MBL make it to a hill?
I think that would not be enough. He still dies to... Oh, well.
No, he doesn't. Yes, he does. Wait a minute.
That was not on the hill, apparently. It was
that
kill, and it only did 3 damage. It looked like a hill, but that wasn't flat ground. Weird.
Yeah, that looked like it would have been uphill.
Huh. I'm surprised. And then you were doing fine. Oh, lion chasing now?
More than 22 HP though, so the build should be fine, especially if you can get the high ground.
Yeah, no issue there. And, well, Leary now did get... the scout's still alive. MBL is losing some vision, is going to drop the barracks now. Will we see a long rush from him?
We very well could. Also, I love this from Leary. He's going full Forest Nothing style, chopping his way to freedom. The wood line that's walled in. He's specifically chopping the tree that's blocking him from escaping.
Actually, I wouldn't even be surprised if he tries to get more villagers in there. Or is he trying to get out?
Well, I mean, it's not really like blocking anything. I mean, it's other than blocking the villagers from escaping. It's not like preventing them from being efficient or whatever.
Leary with some weird walls. What's happening here? The bottom wood line. Did he wall that one with... Isn't that open? Isn't that simply open, Onlu?
That seems very obviously open.
What is happening here?
Like, sometimes you have holes where you're like, okay, that's unfortunate, but it's you know, you can understand why you wouldn't see that was a hole. This is not one of those times.
I'm confused. And now
The
it's
militia
2
are coming in
volts.
as well, and Leary has no idea.
Oh, this looks so good for MBL. So good for MBL.
Oh, let's see if Leary's react. Oh! Actually, did Leary see that? They were visible for just a second. Now comes forward with a villager, too.
Who is?
Leary.
Oh yeah, moves over to the other side. What is that about? Is he trying to, against the big walls, maybe build a stable behind enemy lines?
Could be an option for sure. Okay, Leary does wall the top hole, but there's still the hole on the right side.
It's so weird. I'm not sure if Leary's villager can squeeze through there. Obviously would be a great move if he gets behind there. 200 wood for him, goes for double bit X, knows exactly what's happening. And a stable there, it's basically impossible that MBL scouts that.
Yeah, more or less. Yeah, that should be really nice for Leary. Militia, though, are making their way to the forge bush, is going to be causing a little bit of idle time. And yeah, this is just going to be really annoying for Leary to deal with. May even end up losing another villager, but the peasant uprising.
Well, they were with the back towards the TC, right? So microing them back might have been very easy. And indeed, the stable is being built, and I would be really surprised if MBL... Oh, he doesn't really know the edge of the map is there, but yeah, he will always wall in that direction, no?
Did you just say that he doesn't know the edge of the map is there?
Yeah, it feels like it. Like... he walls there. Sometimes I see people do some stuff.
Well, I guess maybe you like if there's like your vision is perfectly like in a line, like the edge of the map, you might miss it. But yeah, MBL is going to be completely caught off guard by this.
Castle Edge timing will be pretty late. Honestly, his food eco isn't looking too great either. Builds a second lumber camp. This is not a fast castle build, is it?
It should be. He's on 29 bills.
Yeah, but he doesn't have any food.
Well, he's not even clicked. Or no. Oh, he's just getting food like now. Okay, yeah. Then no.
Double X horse color. Yeah, it's not a fast castle build. He's just way too late. Builds a spearman. Sends that one on the other side though.
Yeah, these scouts are almost certainly going to be getting some sort of decent damage done.
Now the big question that I never have an answer to: for how many scouts are you waiting?
3.
Okay.
I think you want to go. I think you want to go sooner rather than later, especially since you're already in a weird spot economically.
3 on gold, so Liberty will even add.
Archer range.
Yeah. I think he will wait for 4 extra ones, so 5 in total. Fighting against the militia there. Villager is microing back. Can he make it home? 5 HP, 1 more hit, and well, good job by Leary.
Indeed, he is a little over a villager behind, but it's all about the pounce.
Oh, and
Truck
this is
and
going
Tiger
to be
hidden scouts.
so ugly for MBL. Instant reaction there, good job, but can't really wall that one off too easily. Forging already on those, and that's going to be some dead villagers.
Oh, you bet it is. Market Blacksmith on the way, so MBL is looking for the, getting towards a fast castle, but already that is, what was it, 3 dead villagers?
I think it was only 2 even, so not the worst thing ever. Villagers now exposed there, double spearman. Okay, can push this away for now.
Ooh, even picking off a scout of Leary. But, I mean, the fletching archers are going to be coming in soon as well. Oh, no.
And the fast castle that you talked about, he has 300 food in the bank. Look at that. Like, is he even moving at the moment? There were so many idols at a second there.
Yeah, that... It's the power of the licks strategy. Build a forward stable archery range in your opponent's base.
Oh man, MBL now with the stable, goes for the defensive tower, tries to somehow hold, but how is he getting gold, stone control? I don't really see it.
Nah. I don't really see what MBL's going to be doing in this position. Yeah, +1 defense coming in for scouts, now building a defensive watchtower near his forage bushes.
Good luck going full scouts against Magias at Goth.
Yeah. And, meanwhile, Leary's eco is more or less completely fine.
Yeah, kind of chopping himself out there. Maybe too many villagers on gold for only 1 archer range, but doesn't hurt too much. Like, how does he clear up those scouts? I don't really see it. Oh, Leary might lose his forward villager if he's not carrying. Oh, that's sloppy.
That's really sloppy. Lix wouldn't lose that villager.
Yeah, I agree. Not reacting at all. That's so weird.
Yeah.
But he's in at the other side. Well, that can just end the game.
There are 4 spearmen there.
But 3 archers.
But also some scouts with +1 defense. I mean, it's 7 military to 10. I mean, it's all about how you take the engagement, right?
Am I confused? I thought Leary could finish the game here, but to me it feels like he's misplaying. Is he regrouping a bit now? Goes for 5 archers.
Yeah, I think he needs more archers.
Oh, wrong direction. Misclick there with his archers. They're out of position. Really doesn't want to fight the villagers. He wants to decimate the spear numbers first.
He definitely does. The scouts are going down, but so are the archers. Upgrades are effectively equal. +1 attack versus +1 defense. MBL doesn't have an army. Yeah, it should be over.
Oh, scout number or scout HP not that high. 2 archers around though, and villagers. Well, they can still fight a bit, but honestly, like 2 archers alone doing so much here.
MBL is actually even still in villagers, almost. I guess. Yeah, because there's wheelbarrow versus no wheelbarrow. Obviously, all the idle time is a big issue.
But he's how do you think walling those 2 villagers in there against archers is a good thing?
You don't, and it's not a good thing.
Ambi.
Market now coming in for Leary, and this is the big problem, right? This is the result of all of that idle time. Castle Age.
Goes for more scouts as a defense, and yeah, that's going to be the big problem. Now goes in. Is he just committing, trying to kill 1 villager? Might be an option, or is it the fight against the scouts?
I think he should have committed against killing like 1 more villager. He's not doing anything with those scouts.
So, what's the plan now? Just grouping up archers and wait for crossbow upgrade?
Yep. You're not really going to be, I think, too worried about losing the archery range or getting it walled in before you hit Castle Age. You need to just keep the archers there and then just go kill him once you reach the next stage.
Really important that Leary doesn't have a hole now. There is some potential. Now checked it. Right-hand side is closing that one. 4 scouts coming over. They could be ugly.
But there's no hole, right?
Yeah, there's no hole. Stable now at home. And MBI actually with a reasonable castle age timing.
Yeah, not the worst one for sure. He's going to be walling off the side as well, so I mean he knows where the forward is because of the houses, even if it doesn't see the buildings themselves. MBL's not dead. He's not in a good spot, but he's not dead. Well,
he is 3 villagers behind, quite some idle time. Oh no, he's 3 villagers ahead. So it's only the castle age timing behind, right? The question
is... also wheelbarrow versus no wheelbarrow.
Yeah. Adds a second barracks. So he will just play Mash Spearman because he scouted the additional stable of Leary at his home base.
Yep, but Bodkin and Crossbow is on the way, and you'd think that Crossbow Knight would be really hard to deal with at this point if you're MBL.
Yeah, and MBL he really needed, I think, house wall here. That some parts of it are only including palisades will really cost him.
Yeah, I think, well, he has full house wall on the left side. I mean, he really needs a castle up, but he's not even quite with the stone count he needs just yet. Scouts running around the contingency house wall. There's even still a big old hole there. I mean, like, that's just so much surface area.
Yeah, okay, crossbow now microing a bit. Knight going through. Crossbow, are they diving? Seems like they're hungry enough to finish the game here. Diving under to see, focus, fire, change. Crossbow all surviving.
Okay, that's over.
Knight's behind this. We are getting castle hits here as MBL. We'll find some more villager kills. Builds another tower, but yeah, he has to tap this one out. Unfortunate one.
Yeah, just didn't scout the forward. Not really. I mean, Leary not with the greatest reaction to the lame ever, but you sneak a villager in like that, and it just can't deal with that if you're not prepared, especially if you're trying to go ish for a fast castle.
And those are 2 Leary games in a row that are untypical for him, but that are perfectly countering MBL style.
Yeah, it's really good adaptation here for Leary, and this is actually match point.
4 in a row.
That's what MBL needs.
Well, the question is, when are we bringing out the big boys? When are we bringing out... What does he have? Chinese and Mayans? Yeah.
Rogan?
The problem is, I feel like Leary can just go Aztecs right now.
And
just
finish
be...
it?
Yeah, can just finish it. I mean, I feel like Aztecs are just so good.
Don't you think, like... what do you think MBL is going for next, logically?
I mean, Mayans are Chinese, right? It says tournament life on the line.
Don't you want to save Aztecs then? To face against a weaker civilization?
Or you could just win the tournament right now and play Aztecs against a weaker civilization.
Well, if you're expecting MBL to go for Mayans and Chinese now, then you don't want to go for Aztecs.
Do you think Aztecs aren't good versus Mayans and Chinese?
Well, they aren't as good as against Malay, Britons, or Incas.
Guess that's true. But I feel like if you're playing a weaker civ now, you're maybe giving MBL a shot back.
Well, we are finding out. They switch colors for the 8th time or something. And, well, we are looking at the best civilizations that or close to it, that they still had left. We will jump into Mayans versus Vikings. It is on. We're seeing the big boy civs now.
Yep. Leary will be here in the blue as the Vikings to the south of the map. And MBL, tournament life on the line, is hedging his bet on Mayans, one of the strongest performing civs in this entire tournament. In the red to the north. And to be fair, Vikings are also one of the most underperforming civs in this tournament.
Okay, yeah. Well, some people saw it happening. I'm really surprised that Leary went for them. And I personally think Mayans should be really good against Vikings here. And taking a look at Leary's map, well, he has some good defensive resources here. Berries, woodline, gold, all nice protected by a really small wall to the edge of the map.
That is a pretty bonkers good map for Leary, considering it's KOTD Arabia. Meanwhile, MBL with a very forward gold, but it is otherwise fairly wallable.
I think so as well. MBL won't be too unhappy. Like, left-hand side is easy, then he walks with the stone to his house, and the only question is how he controls his main gold.
Yeah, but he doesn't have a comfortable back gold is the problem.
What is that villager up to? Oh boy. Oh boy.
Running into a lion is what he's up to.
Is he trying to lame without really scouting his opponent first? Oh boy. Maybe he thought if it wasn't for the sneak last game, he could have easily won the game.
Maybe. But finds the zebra, so takes more or less a direct path to his opponent. Actually might be going in slightly the wrong direction. Okay, now he's got it.
Is now seeing the gold stone, sees the house, so knows exactly what's up, and should probably run into the rhino, miss it barely, and won't see. Wait, oh, he glimpsed at it. No, he didn't see it. He didn't see the rhino. Goes for the lame at the wood line. Maybe one villager, maybe waltz this one in. No reaction from Leary. Instant reaction from Leary. Oh, this is so good.
Yeah. Oh boy. Oh, sees the rhino.
Okay, at least one win.
Yeah.
MBL, the lamer boy himself. And he did say he didn't want to do that much. Probably felt pressured that much. So many standard games not really going into his favor. Now going for the wild strategies. And, well, should be a solid advantage for him. You can see Leary's reaction. He is already dropping some farms. Or at least one.
Yep. And once the Rhino is dead, you can go and snipe all of those deer as well.
Oh, speaking of dead things, we lost one villager there under the TC, being MBL. Oh, this should not have happened. Oh,
yeah,
God.
I saw the villager take some hits from the Rhino downhill. Oh, no.
Not pretty at all. And that villager now with 29 HP. Not really sure what he will be up to. Is he trying to wall the wood line again? Didn't work out too well last game.
What does that actually accomplish?
Well, last time it was only 2 villagers, right? So...
Yeah, but the villagers want to be chopping wood anyway.
Yeah, but you can't add more villagers. So it's like one lumber camp with 2 villagers, the other lumber camp with 7 villagers. Leary tries to build a small base there, tries to wall the villager, and that's without loom. That was actually a mistake by Leary. He wanted to go for the greedy approach, might lose that villager, looks really likely. 6 HP on her.
Nope.
MBL,
nice little break there.
MBL at his prime gets that one. Not really sure what happened there, how he didn't get in front of her.
Yeah, the Eagle Scout was kind of bugging out a little bit.
Leary with the host advantage.
Indeed, indeed.
Where is Leary's Eagle? Oh, Scout pushing at home. And that's still a reasonable fuel edge timing here. 10-15.
Yeah, like I was saying, I think MBL should have sniped the deer. Or ostrich, zebra.
Yeah, I'm not sure if he scouted those earlier, though.
It was the first thing he scouted.
Okay. Well, then maybe including that one as well, yeah. Yeah, true.
Like, Leary can just go to another gold mine. You can't really go to other deer.
Yeah, it will be a pretty open gold mine, though. So, won't be the easiest thing ever. Sends 3 on gold. Will play this with 2 militia. Maybe goes for 3 militia. Not the worst timing for MBL behind this one. And yeah, he is really annoying walling that gold in the back. And then suddenly, Leary's map becomes way worse.
That's true. But there are going to be a couple militia. Just a couple militia. And MBL is still quite exposed. Going to be slower up to feudal age as well. Leary still should be more or less completely fine.
The militia coming over, and that gold is really exposed here by MBL. No walls. We are reaching feudal age any second. Scout is still at full HP. That should be that villager if Leary micros it correctly.
Yep. And...
Uh-oh. One most likely down here. 9 HP, 5 HP. Is he going for the kill? No, he does not. 1 HP. Both not
Is
super
that one
sharp
started?
here.
Okay, yeah. Very nicely done there from MBL, but Men-at-Arm upgrade is coming in. Those villagers are safe.
Scout blocking. Men-at-Arms are coming in. Where's the third one? Not too far away. Some dances here. And once the third Man-at-Arm arrives, I think then you are in real trouble. Oh, that was open at the bottom.
Villager scouts it.
Oh, this is ugly.
Yeah, 2 extra hits to be killed by villagers with Vikings, of course. Oh, that guy gets singled out. Oh, it has to delete the house.
And, well, it's surprisingly good for him. Look at that, 26 out of 45. MBL has a lot of houses for a change.
Yeah, Leary's the one who's housed. Oh, how the turns table. Oh, Leary?
You mean how the turntables?
Yeah, my bad. Blacksmith now coming in here for MBL. All things considered, fairly strong reaction from him. He's actually a couple villagers ahead.
Oh, Mayhem
They're a
bonus.
villager and a half.
Now with the archer, it is a wild game. Archer range for Leary has the horrible woodline now at the front. The sneaky villager of MBL actually went home. but that's tough for Leary to know. He still should have the fear in his head that there might be something lurking behind his base.
Yeah, definitely. But still, Leary isn't going to be punished for it, I suppose. Blacksmith now coming in for him as well. Skirmishers coming out for both players. And all these men-at-arms are not likely going to be doing a whole lot.
Interesting that Leary is adding more men-at-arms. Rarely do we see that. Goes for 5 men-at-arms in this spot.
Well, I guess he's thinking his opponent's making eagles, and men-at-arms are good against eagles. Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. Well, did only scout 1 extra eagle. Now some annoyance there at the wood line. Men-at-arms could zone that one out. Not really sure if we want to even... Oh, the villager!
Oh, the villager! No! He picked the wrong time to come home.
Oh. Skirm now dancing, fletching. Is something we have on the menu now. MBL still 1 villager ahead. Obviously, wheelbarrow behind. Not a single eco upgrade for MBL.
Nope. Leary got double bit axe a good long while ago. So that's definitely quite nice for him. And now the defensive tower is forced out for MBL. This is looking pretty bad.
Yeah, that exposes both of his wood lines because they can't get towered up. Eagle in some problem. Leary 5-2 ahead. Remember, we're playing till someone gets 6 wins.
Is MBL just dead now?
Well, he didn't resign officially, but...
Is he in practice dead right now?
Would Twitch chat say this is 6-2? Yes.
Okay, the tower is actually going to be getting some nice shots in. This is exactly what MBL needed, but he's going to be losing some villagers in the process. Also, a lot of idle time. Not really what you'd be wanting.
Oof, oh, so much going down at the woodland there. At least saves one last one. Suddenly, Leary is 1 villager ahead. But not too much army left here for Leary. Actually, MBL came out ahead somewhat.
Well, he sacrificed villagers for army, right? And it's kind of what he had to do. But the fact that it's going to be even KD is Leary with a villager ahead and wheelbarrow ahead. And he still has bit axe to no bit axe, which is great for him as well. I think Leary can be pretty comfortable with how everything has been going so far.
I think so as well. Would love to see some more walls from Leary just to set yourself up for the long run, but that's something we discussed several times. Not really the guy to do that too much. MBL at the moment, 1 lumber camp inefficiency there. Won't be looking too pretty. And also, I'm surprised how little gold he's floating.
MBL?
Yeah, like he has 5 villagers on gold. And his army is mixed archer skirm.
Yeah. Also, I guess making the occasional eagle warrior. And MBL completely caught off guard. He's going to be losing another villager right there. I think. Eventually.
Well, 1 man-at-arm will chase her down. Wouldn't be surprised if MBL tries to go for some quick walls there. It's just ridiculous how many men-at-arms were added in this game. Something I haven't seen in forever.
Yeah, I don't hate it. The men-at-arms have been doing at least a decent amount of work, especially just in terms of making the otherwise mostly skirmisher army very, now looking very scary. But Leary going to be forced off of woodline, +1 defense for his archers now coming in. So that should be fine, but I don't think MBL's going to be taking damage. Doesn't want to run into the town center.
Ooh, eats 1 volley. Skirms could defend this one while we are still fighting at the top. Man-at-arm taking the fight against the eagle there. Loses because there's enough damage output behind this one. MBL will defend the top. Even villager count. Interesting game.
Yeah. MBL's in a better spot than I thought he'd be. I mean, he's still a wheelbarrow behind, but his castle age time should not be slower than his opponent's. I mean, it might even be a little bit faster. Nice little bit of skirm micro here for Leary.
Yeah, some dancing surely. Archer's getting home. There's nothing of that. And, well, meanwhile, MBL gets some kills against the other archers. will be tricky. I think Leary, with his very little walls that he has, and still, well, quite an open area to attack at the left-hand side. Full Eagle play from MBL could be lethal here.
Unless you add in more swordsmen like Yo.
Yeah, well, it was a more walled map.
Yeah, definitely.
But third archery range, what? What? Okay. That's interesting to me.
Maybe he thinks that Leary's already been so comfortable to make a bunch of men-at-arms for the Eagle Warriors that he feels like he should just be going for his own archers.
I'm confused. Maybe just triple archery range, mass crossbow, and thinks, okay, I can just win the game very early castle age here. But with Eagles, he needs to produce a bit more. I'm a bit surprised, honestly.
Yeah, especially since it's so open in the front of Leary's base. Like, it's not like you can just quick wall in the entire thing.
Now sees Eagles without any upgrades on those. That could be an indicator for Leary that it's actually not Eagle play.
Yeah, I mean, like, the Eagles are still queued up, but just from the one barracks and not with really investing a whole lot into them. Around a minute 20 castle age time difference. I still think MBL's in a pretty good spot to get some damage done, although Leary will have the better eco.
11 villagers on gold there at the front. Now splits off Archer and Skirmisher. A bit surprising to me. Okay, no. Still very close together. Walls all the left-hand side. Goes for Horse Color now. Crossbow coming in. Goes for Boso and Botkin. Is he going for the university or can he not afford it?
I don't think he would be able to afford it. Probably running low on farms at this point as well. Or the farm food. Several of them are getting very low.
Leary buying himself a tower. Leary with some more walls there. Will be a tough hold. Wants to split off a bit. Get some shots off against the crossbow. Eagle numbers, as you can see, no upgrades, so he isn't too scared of that. Tries to jump on the hill.
Indeed, but the tower will just be in range. That is definitely, I think, very, very good for Leary. But, of course, now MBL just rotates around to the other side. And villagers are going to have to retreat from that forward wood line. And this whole right side is still looking fairly exposed. I assume, yeah, crossbow Bodkin, and I assume Bowsaw will be coming in shortly here for Leary.
Oh, won't be that easy. It's still massive military lead here for MBL. I like his spot so much more. And another map where it felt like he's making it scrappy and comes out ahead. Some micro here. I'm surprised why he's taking those fights before the upgrades kicked in.
That is a little surprising, but it's Leary, and he's not doing a bad job of it, all things considered. But yeah, especially with the hill advantage as well for MBL. Gonna be a little bit rough for Leary.
I just heard a university for MBL. Ballistics is coming in. Ballistics is also coming in for Leary. Look at those timings.
Very, very similar, but the numbers 25-12 in favor of MBL.
Sends those crossbows over now. Some more dances here. Both players doing a good job of avoiding shots.
Indeed they are, but I feel like Leary is just doing like such an amazing job of not losing units, but of course losing one right there. And the hill, especially once ballistics comes in, I think it's going to be even harder for Leary. MBL just need to start sending in some reinforcements.
Ballistics now finished. Dumpring even being queued in by MBL. Now taking the fight, and we see skirms at the front. Crossbow doing the job at the back. It feels like Leary can clear up the army, but then it will be tricky to deal with the second one.
Yep. I mean, this trade should be more or less even. Yeah. Micro of Leary definitely saving him a little bit.
Oh, but that wasn't significant enough. I think he maybe should have even let that army die there. And now the crossbows are in at the bottom. No reaction there for Leary. And that should be so many kills for MBL. He might force another game.
I would certainly want to see that. Did you see the crossbow and completely miss that villager with the first volley?
Yeah, he clicked on the farm.
Oh, okay. I was kind of confused. Oh, the town center's coming in the back for Leary, but that is looking a little dangerous.
Oh, and Dumpring kicked in. Look at how they're shooting here. Hallelujah. Hallelujah.
That is a very big win for MBL, although the town center getting some good damage in, and Leary will be able to clean this one up. Also getting +2 defense in. I wonder if he's going to go for elite skirmishers, potentially.
Dives in
And now
under the front.
MBL coming in on the other side.
Yeah, just dives there, and no reaction or late reaction there by Leary. And he must be confused how this game kind of got out of hand. He had such a good opening, got so many kills. I think the additional longswords simply pushed his castle age timing way too far back.
Yeah, this is a game I'd be interested in going back and watching the rec for, because the castle age timing difference was very significant, especially for a situation where it's like, okay, in my mind, okay, it's Vikings, they're going to be getting a really good castle age time, but not quite, although that's a nice cleanup on those crossbowmen. But yeah, very significant villager discrepancy.
25-20 castle age timing is simply too late there.
Yeah.
Well, he was a rhino down, but still. Oh, and the next group of crossbows coming in again. Ay, ay, ay.
I also believe that Leary doesn't have thumb ring, unless I missed that.
Yeah,
MBL
sure.
does.
Yeah. Don't think he ever had the resources, so that's going to be tricky.
And he's
now
researching
it's
right now.
exit. Okay. Some skirmisher dancing there. Villagers going back, but crossbow numbers simply not high enough.
That skirmisher dance was actually pretty effective.
Sick, yeah. Got so much out of that one. I think there was even crossbow numbers uphill, and suddenly he's alive with 5.
Yeah, like that. That feels pretty silly to me. That's obviously a really sick play from Leary. Forward Siege Workshop now for our Mayan player MBL, also with a few more Eagle Warriors being added. Looks like Leary was trying to go for a bit of a counterattack. He could snag one villager, but will be losing a few crossbows in the process, and MBL still with a massive lead.
Now the gold is empty here for Leary, while we see a Forward Siege Workshop coming over, and Leary didn't set himself up at all to clear up the main gold spot there. Maybe one spearman alone, working on those palisades, might have been an option, but he didn't find the time to ever deal with that.
No, he did not. I mean, to be fair, he's been under a lot of very heavy pressure, and is going to be going over to another gold mine, but there is no tower to defend that one. MBL will lose one villager, but still otherwise a pretty strong reaction time. Villagers on the gold may be a little bit exposed. Gotta be careful, MBL.
We'll find
Not
some more
anything.
kills.
Yeah, Leary's not going to be unhappy with that. Still sending more crossbowmen forward. What's MBL doing with his own army?
Well, main gold of Leary. 1 down, 2 down. 3 down. Another one wants to jump to the front. No, she doesn't. 10 villager difference.
And yeah, of course, the Viking eco power free handcart is going to be really sick, but also we have to remember Mayan Archer is going to be a fair bit cheaper at this point. And yeah, that's also going to be really nice. 4th archery range now coming in here for MBL. Leary's doing a really beautiful job getting these villager snipes and random unit snipes as best he can.
Yeah, tries to keep himself in the game. Yeah, still a solid 20 population behind. But, well, some nice moves in a spot where you're far behind. Not easy to achieve.
Definitely not, but MBL does have the high ground right there. And is ultimately working on one more town center, is still like 8 villagers ahead and has like double the army.
Manganol now for the defense. That's a lot of exposed villagers. MBL's actually running with his crossbows. If he dove in there, that could have been 15 dead villagers and a GG.
Yeah, maybe MBL not wanting to take any sort of risks when this is his tournament life on the line, especially when he is having to defend 2 fronts at once. This guy, man.
Well, Manganol died at the home base, and that was the bigger loss, trust me on that, because MBL, now he is diving in. TC is getting rushed out, but we know what happened last time when he tried to rush out at TC.
He lost a bunch of villagers, and that does appear to be the case right now, as he is losing so many villagers at the front. Or at the back. The other direction. Oh, this is so bad here for Leary. And it looks like we will be going on to a game number 9.
On the math there. Quickly calculating. Okay, what game are we in? 5 plus 2 is 7. So we are game 8. So next one is game 9. And indeed, that's what's going to happen. MBL, he had to convert one of his strong civilizations. Leary gets slapped away from his 2.5 picks.
Yep. And once again, Vikings failing to deliver.
Well, we mentioned it several times, right? They're so reliant on gold, and one gold spot walled in, the other one's exposed. MBL with a nice punishment.
Yeah. I mean, using mines, of course, one of the very, very strongest civs. I believe it was his first pick as well. And yeah, but still, Larry still only needs to win one more game. MBL needs to win 3, but keeping his hopes alive, and that really has to be a nice little boost to his mentality right now.
Yeah, absolutely. Larry is still like, he can't be too upset, right? Losing against Mayans, the first pick or first and a half pick from MBL, so that is somewhat expected. It just felt like he did so much damage there with his initial man-at-arm archers, like letting that one slip.
Yeah, that like, I want to watch back that game later because yeah, he made a lot of extra men-at-arms, but he's still Vikings with Viking farms, and he got a bunch of damage done.
Well, I simply think the overproduction of men-at-arms really cost him. Because if you go for Archer Skirm, like 3 Eagles without the armor isn't that bad. You don't need to add men-at-arms there.
Yeah, that's definitely worth considering. Now, what civs do you go for?
Well, he just went Mayans. I think if he wants to keep himself in, I don't think Leary will go for Aztecs. So, what do we need to counter? I think I'll go Britons now, Chinese next.
You don't save Chinese for the last game?
No. I think Leary is picking Aztecs in game 10.
Interesting.
So I want to counter that with Chinese.
Why game 10 and not right now or the game after?
I think that's how brains work.
Well, you heard it here from neurologist Nilly.
Well, both players disagreed with me, or at least, Leary didn't go for Aztecs, and MBL potentially wasting Chinese. It will be extremely hard for him once he faces Aztecs later on. He won't have a strong civilization to counter them. And, well, we will now see Leary with Aztecs and MBL with Chinese. Should be good for MBL.
Indeed, we will have Leary here to the south of the map in the blue as the Saracens, and to the north of the map in the red as the Chinese will be MBL. We've got the Battle of Talas right here. And yeah, I do just have to favor Chinese across the board. They have a stronger eco, a bit more impactful, I guess, diverse tech tree. Like, both civs have very broad tech trees, but Saracens, I think, have a few more techs where it matters.
Mm-hmm. Interesting map for MBL. My chat is going wild and saying, oh no woodlines at the front, unwallable. But I think with this defensive berries, woodlines and gold, I think you just go for a small MBL base, walling a bit to your TC, and you should be really fine with this one. So I actually think you will have a small base, but you will have a really protected base here for MBL.
I mean, his map's not amazing by any means, but it's not bad. It's fine. Oh, Leary gonna be absconding with the goat. And of course, Chinese are always extra vulnerable to being lamed.
MBL, he is going for it. Oh. Elephant at the other side. Did Leary see it? He should see the elephant moving away, yeah. Is he able to intercept that?
But did he see the elephant in the first place?
I think he did. Sheep is running away. Where is
He's not acting like he did.
Is he finding 2 more sheep there? Ah, yeah, he is. So 3 sheep stolen. It looks
is
like
he going to incidentally run into MBL?
I think. Like, do we see a waypoint of his somewhere? He now sees the scout. What?
Oh, is MBL going to get...
What's happening here?
Uh-oh, Spaghetti-O.
Leary thought he didn't find his elephant or what?
I honestly don't think Leary saw his elephant in the first place. Look, the villager is now going out probably to look for an elephant, but didn't see it.
Oh.
Yeah, I didn't think Leary actually saw the elephant.
But he had this area scouted, I'm pretty sure.
I think the elephant might have been just out of the line of sight. Because he didn't have that whole area scouted until a little bit later.
Okay, I will do something dumb and reload the game. Shouldn't be an issue, right?
No, shouldn't be an issue. Yeah. I mean, I like personally, like I kind of want to just go through these recs later anyway, but that would definitely be something that's useful to know.
I'm so sure Leary should have seen it.
Regardless, interestingly, he is going to be opting to be taking a ostrich very far away with one villager. Not too sure on that one.
Yeah, he saw the elephant instantly.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. That was just super sloppy by him. Like,
but yeah, that makes it even less defensible what he did.
Yeah, I was so sure. Like, that felt so weird by Leary. Like, he had so many brain farts then. Like, missing the scout, realizing, okay, he didn't realize that the 2 sheep were gone as well. So weird by him. So weird.
Yeah.
Okay, what point are we in the game?
We are at 8:20.
Okay.
But other than all the landing stuff, nothing has happened that's especially thrilling.
Yeah.
So you didn't miss anything.
Okay, so 1 more sheep for Leary, 1 more... Well, relatively, right? Relatively, even 2 more for Leary and 2 more boars for MBL. We'll love that. And, well, still a pretty solid Dark Age here by Leary, who will open with Men-at-Arms, apparently, against Chinese.
I don't hate it. In general, I just like aggressive openings versus Chinese. I think that Chinese are always going to be at least at their best when played more defensively. So if you can put a ton of pressure on them, it can be very good. And it looks like MBL is just going to be opening for some scouts. A little late with the barracks, actually.
Oh, yeah. And a little late with all his wood, so actually that won't be stable. Or at least not for quite some time. Look at that. He can't even afford the eco upgrades.
He can get bit axe.
Or is he delaying those to maybe get the stable? 500. Look at that. 600 food in the bank.
Well, that's the extra elephant for you, but kind of bad eco balance, to be honest.
Wood axe, yeah. Yeah, didn't really transition early there. Obviously, lots of villagers having to be used to wall all that area. And 3 Men-at-Arms won't achieve a lot.
Nope. So a little bit sloppy from MBL, but I don't think it's going to be too big of a deal. Should just be able to... Actually, even getting horse collar before a stable.
Such an MBL thing. He has a defensive gold. Now sees 3 Men-at-Arms. Scouts is diving under it. I think this should never work. Those Men-at-Arms should never get under. No.
No. That is a little too disrespect. Scout of Leary still does have more HP naturally, as he did not lame. Well, a boar. Elephant. Thingy.
1 spearman now to maybe return the favor. Scout still inside there. Men-at-Arms pressuring a bit. Full walls by Leary behind this. Is going for the market as well. Lots of villagers on gold.
Yeah, I wonder what he's going to be doing with this. Obviously using the market to some extent, probably buying his way up to Castle Age, but, like, into what?
Forward Siege Workshop.
Similar to what Yo did, I guess? But no, Yo built a stable.
Stable and the Forward Siege Workshop. He did both. Yeah. I think stable makes sense. He will need a second building anyway, so blacksmith might be an option. You see him already juggling quite some resources. Stable at home. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised.
Leary taking a page out of Mr. Yo's book. Yep, Leary's strat smells of clown.
What?
Because, you know, going full fast castle, 1 TC all in, forward siege, knights, monks,
Well,
full clown.
yeah. Well, I think it is the right choice, right? Punish
Yes,
them.
yeah, definitely.
Blacksmith now shown as well. Stable hidden behind. Did MBL scout the blacksmith? Yes, he did.
And look at the resources for MBL. Their timing is not going to be too far off.
Well, he built 2 skirms, 1 spearman, so not the biggest investment ever. Stable by him now. I think the spearman might get a hit against the scout. No, not with Leary.
With Ornlu, yes. With Leary, no. And 1449 clicking up here for Leary. Not at all bad, considering how much laming he had to deal with.
Yeah, that's really, really solid, surely. 3-minute arms still out there as well. Scout v Scout, now an option. 26 against 25 HP. Leary actually takes the hill advantage and takes the first hit. This is so good. What's happening here, MBL?
Yeah, that's a little awkward.
And that's so incredibly good for Leary, because now he knows that he can send a village out that can't be scouted.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I think he would do that anyway, but he can feel very safe in doing so. Maybe he would have to take not a direct path to his opponent otherwise, trying to hide it, but nope.
Yeah, or needs to build a spearman or something, but that's really easy now.
Blacksmith on the way here for MBL. Gonna be 30 seconds, let's say, slower to Castle Age. Not too bad, obviously.
Really important for MBL here is that he is not adding TCs. He needs to go for lots of army. I think either Monastery or Siege Workshop should be an early building, maybe even a second stable.
Yep. Definitely. I think the... Going for a bunch of extra TCs here is a very good way to just die instantly. So you're going to need to have some sort of defense. But what unit do you think you should focus on?
I think lots of Knights, Scouts maybe. Look at all those resources that Leary had as well. Reached Castle Age with 900 gold. And he's doing something way better than Yo is. Look at that. Palisade Gate there included. Has nice defensive gold and wood. So counterattack is not that big of a threat.
Oh, that missing Palisade Gate. So painful.
Instant scout of that Siege Workshop. Lovely move. And Monastery as well. All the right steps here by both players so far.
Indeed, we still have MBL with a around 1 villager lead. Also had Horse Collar this entire time. Well, I guess it doesn't matter for Leary. He has 4 farms.
Oh, yeah, Saracens can like really lay them. Sometimes we see like Horse Color on the way to Imp with the crazy strategies that they play. If they go for a lot of Arbalest, we now see the first Mangonel out there. Might just wait for... What? Ooh, that's a weird house. Okay. 2 knights around. Ah, he wanted to build an area for his monk to get out.
Yeah.
Okay, makes a lot of sense. But then 1 Palisade is low now. And the monk again can't spawn anywhere. 2 skirms are coming over as well. Knights.
It can spawn to the right, can't it? I mean, it'd be really hard to click effectively. Oh, not if you use a villager to like be right where the monk would spawn.
I don't think that's an option. Think he could build a house behind the knight.
Oh, yeah. 1, it would trap the knight in, and 2, it would give him space for a monk. That'd be super sick if he could do that.
But then needs to lead a house. Well, he has 4 knights now. I think that's not enough. MBL with 2 defense upgrades and nice numbers. Camels coming over. 2 monks. Oh, I'm not really sure how to take this engagement.
Yeah, this is really tricky for both players. Big fight happening. Upgrades are better for MBL, but camels are good against knights. It's a Cav Archer, Nilly! Your dreams are coming
MBL
true.
will lose now. Oh. Spearman now creates the area for the monks. Conversions are starting, and instant conversion there. Good for him. And now the unleash of all the siege. This is looking good for Leary.
Indeed it is. MBL forced to retreat right now. I didn't realize the fight was that bad for him. I thought it would be more even.
It was camels, and I think there was a hill advantage included there as well.
That very well could have been the case.
Oh, that was so patient by Leary. Absolutely love that. He added the second stable as well. The camels just did so much.
Yep, and we have to always consider camels, Saracens, right? You can't really leave the possibility for going for camels out of your calculations. And now Mangonels are going to be able to take high ground and just really nuke that barracks right there.
MBL already building a second barracks there. I'm a bit surprised by that. No defensive siege workshop by MBL. This is what actually gave him the hold in the Berber game.
Yeah, that's true. True. But he lost that game. So
But not due to his Mangonel micro.
No, not due to his Mangonel micro. But he's gonna need to do something different. He lost that game because he just didn't have enough army. And we're kind of seeing something similar there. Or here.
Army value completely out of control. Double there for Leary. Sanctity on the way for Leary. I think I would have loved Redemption over that. But okay.
I don't like getting Redemption without Sanctity.
Okay.
Because I feel like you're just never going to get a conversion on a Mangonel.
Ah, okay. I can see the reason, yeah. Yeah. Gives it
Whereas,
a chance
like,
to
with-
survive a shot, yeah.
Yeah. With Sanctity, you survive one shot, and you can also be a bit more comfortable in engaging the enemy.
CA
army.
dies. Archie dies.
No!
Counterattack. I don't really see it working too well. MBL won't find the best angle there. No overchops either. Unless? No. And now attacking the main TC. Oh, this is so ugly for MBL.
Does MDL not die?
Okay, now has a Mangonel himself. Redemption is coming in. Attack at the front. Some more palisades by Leary. Is really calm here. I think he needs to send more villagers. Indeed he is. And should hold this.
Yeah, like, this is the most patient and calm we've seen Leary play ever, and it's really great to see.
Okay, Mangonel now. Let's take a look. Do we see the dance? Leary not with a great reaction. Now goes back. MBL is returning as well.
So expensive to repair these town centers, though, and it looks like Leary's going to be going for the conversion on the barracks and force the deletion there. Except the monk was in range for TC. That's a little awkward, but still going to be largely okay. Military numbers are almost even, but there's a lot of it on the other side of the map for MBL.
Well, he needs to go back there. Can't really break the front. That's going to be ugly for him. TC is falling in 400 HP. For Mangonel still working.
Would that count
Now
as zero? He's
Andrews
gonna lose the TC.
This
In
is
come the camp.
potentially the final fight of KOTD. TC might be dying. No conversions, but still some conversion processes running. Camels diving under there. Scorpions doing quite some damage as well. Population is pretty even, but will it stay the same?
It's 7 military lead right now here for Leary, and he's got more of it on the other side of the map, too, taking 0 damage at home, and the Doom Squad of Mangonels, Camels, and Monks is just inexorably moving forward. MBL still technically has more villagers.
Gets a good shot up against the Mangonel, and now blocks there. That was so good for MBL. Gets 3 for 1 again.
Oh my goodness.
Camels attacking the houses. This was horrible for Leary again.
Was it? MBL also lost most of his camels. I think Leary's fine.
I think Leary is fine, but he had so much more. So many villagers at the top, and well, the fight was pretty good for MBL, but he was so far behind. Leary is KOTD 3 champion after being second in KOTD 1 and KOTD 2.
Yeah, well deserved, well played from him. He had a lot of really close series, but he had to run the gauntlet of players, right? He did not have an easy time. He had to go through doubt. And actually, Leary won the rest of the tournament, but he lost to Doubt. So I think that means Doubt is the ultimate KOTD champion.
Agreed.
The only player to defeat Leary.
But Veles is the only player to
defeat Doubt.
And MBL is the only player to defeat Veles.
Oh man. But seriously, congrats to Leary. He won Red Bull Willow 2, right?
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, this is going to be his second big tournament win in a pretty short amount of time, and I think he's really putting his big stamp on like really being among the very, very, very top players.
Yeah, considered to be top 5 for so long. Viper saying Leary is number 2 in the world for probably the last 5-6 years, and finally 2 major victories.
Yeah, and just totally well deserved, really well played. It's like everything with Leary is just super sharp execution. This very aggressive map definitely does favor his play style, but it's like the actual like when he chooses to take fights, I feel like is so much better.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just like he takes so many good engagements, and well, I think I will hop over and listen to the interview.
Yep.
Give me a minute if we can set up this with you, Jordan, as well on Discord. Don't want to mess up this, so we can all talk all together. And give me a moment, okay? It's going to be there.
God
guys.
damn it.
We are going to be there.
Okay, give him a moment, apparently. But Onlu, it was lovely with you. Thank you so much for carrying me through the day.
Never. It was a pleasure as always. Lots of fun. And yeah, definitely the series turned out to be pretty solid in the end, and good to see that.
Yeah, indeed. Okay, have a great one, my man.
You too, dude. See ya.
So we'll quickly wait for Mr. Memp to get all his overlays sorted out. And someone said Memp is wearing a suit. That's not a suit, guys. That's one piece of a suit. He simply wears the jacket. That's it. So I predicted 6-4, 6-3 in the end. MBL could have won more game, but it surely was a pretty good final. We can all agree on that. Not a suit cast? Well, not that I will. At least that suit doesn't suit me. Gachi Pride, thanks for the sub earlier. Zata, Tiny Tris, Debbie, flying in. Thanks for your support during the day. And oh, apparently, first loser interview or what?
The key of this final, the main key in this one.
I think the key might have been my slow start to get like feel proper in the game. Being down 3-0 definitely hurt. So that was
Hello?
yeah, bad start. Contributed that. Hello, Lyric. Congrats, dude.
Thank you.
Well
thank
played,
you.
man. Very well played.
You too, thanks. Finally, everything is working.
Okay. Anyway, MBL, I know that it's a tough moment, even if it's like this. So don't worry, and congratulations for the tournament you did. Thank you also for coming, and we will have more opportunity to talk. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you so much, MBL. Congrats, man.
Should I leave?
No, if you want. I mean, if you want to stay, you can stay. It's up to you. But I know that when someone is not winning, it's not
I
the
don't
pleasant
mind.
moment. If you
I'm
want
not.
to stay,
I'm not sad. No, I'm very happy.
okay,
No.
okay. So
No.
so we keep going, and we can talk about the games. If Jordan is also here, we can talk together about the games. You said about the slow start, but then you were coming back pretty strong, and you were 3-2.
Yeah. As you said, yeah, slow start. I can't believe he held the Kelt push as well. So strong played, but like everything seemed to go wrong as well, and the way he held on to that push was very good. So creds to him for sure.
In this last game, also, you were looking so good. I mean, that battle when they were in between the monastery and the siege war sub,
Yeah.
we were thinking that you were going to get the 5-4 in this game, honestly.
Yeah, it was looking good. I knew something was going on, saw it with my scout, but as soon as that monastery came up, I actually thought that he was gonna take it there. So I actually didn't feel comfortable because the Saracen push is just ridiculous sometimes.
It's just crazy.
Sometimes.
Absolutely.
Sometimes.
Jordan, are you here and you ask anything because you are the expert here?
I'm the expert, yeah, of course. No, I'm here. You guys are able to hear me, right?
Yeah. I hear you.
Good. So for me, always the mentality is a very important thing. MBL after being down 3-0. How did you feel? Was it more like, okay, it's going to be a tough one? Or were you like, okay, I didn't play the first 3 games as good as I could, now I'll go on?
I wasn't tilted or anything. I was only honestly just afraid that it was gonna be like 6-0, you know, like very embarrassing. So I just wanted, you know, to fight my hardest and not make sure that happened. Being down 3-0 kind of sucked though, for sure.
I can
Been
imagine.
there.
Yeah.
And for you, Larry, after being up 3-0, how did you feel? Was it more like, okay, this is going to be 6-0, or were you like, okay, all 3 games were super close, I have to fight for every single win here?
I wasn't relaxed at all. I was actually, it actually put more pressure on me, not more than it relaxed me.
Okay.
Because like I knew every game was like close, and one misstep, one missed decision could have been the game for him. So
yeah,
it was like when I thought about it, it was kind of more relaxing because like you're up 3-0, like you didn't use your best sis yet, relax, you know, you got this. And at the same time, like you're up 3-0 and then everyone expects you to win, right? Like everyone expects you to bring home the big pot with your 3-0 lead. So it's like goes both ways.
yeah.
Okay, Leary, someone is asking in the chat because they see that you are focusing too much in the monitor and you are not even stand up, so they can see. Are you playing Dota already?
I'm fixing the microphone here, man.
Stand up, man.
I'm talking to him with my headset microphone. With my earphones, I can hear everything. It's not that easy, actually.
Okay. Well, first, congratulations also because I didn't say anything. I mean, when you are in that situation 3-0, because MBL have said already, I mean, 3-0, he was like with that start, you feel, but then he come back really strong 3-2 and quite fast as well. How do you feel in that situation for the next games?
Well, I had to adapt. I had to follow myself. I had to adapt to his style. I just had to, well, basically play more like him. And it worked out after the first 2 games, but the first 2 were kind of rough. I also made some missed decisions those 2 games, but he definitely forced mistakes, and he deserved those 2 games, and probably would have lost those 2 games anyway. I mean, I just remember the crossbow play where I went forward all my archers, and he just ran over me at home. Probably that wasn't the best decision, but I believe even if I stayed at home, I would have probably lost the game anyway.
The Teutons Vietnamese game.
Yeah, that game.
Yeah.
And I mean, the fact that I was only hitting walls at his base didn't help either. So
honestly, there were some really small things, well, or big things, because in that matchup, my heart's got, you were sneaky, you put that village in, and if you don't get that village in, MBL was in a really good position.
Yeah, the thing was, he tried to lame everything I had, which was kind of expected because he's Goss, and what else is he gonna do? And it didn't work out for him. Like, I don't think he killed a single build, at least not the one you saw. I lost a build to a boar. While you were trying to lame me, well, I had to quick wall my berries, so I was actually behind, but you didn't know about that, so
Yeah.
I still thought I was in a decent position. I just had to do something because I knew he was gonna fully wall.
The worst thing is that I actually thought about walling the left side so that it would have been walled to my main gold, and then I decided to make a big wall instead. So that decision kind of screwed me over as well. I know that Magyars against Gots is like almost like playing Huns against Gots. So I would say that if I got the late game there, that would be really good for me. But
definitely,
yeah, I think if I couldn't sneak the will, we would have had a big lead for sure. Because I would have been feudal age. What would I have even made? Like I was gonna see a fully you being fully walled. I can't really go archers because I wasn't on gold. I was planning to go scouts, and if I go scouts against walls, it's just like you're gonna FC, and then my scouts are useless. So pretty sure if it wasn't for a sneak, game would have probably been over.
And the draft, how did you feel both about the draft? Because it was, I mean, there's so many civilizations, was a best of 11, and it seemed that the draft was okay, more or less, for both. Or what do you think, NBL?
I think so, yeah. And we both went for, or like tried to save our strongest saves to the later stage. I'm definitely happy with the draft. I've been doing bad drafts in the past, but this one was okay. I'm not too unhappy for sure.
Yeah, and then about map generations, also we saw some maps that was better for one, better for the other, and in a best of 11, that many. I think it was more about decisions. There is some. I mean, I cannot stop not mentioning because you can see the chat probably, Leary. And Leary, I'm sorry to say, people don't want to see you anymore.
I know, man. My dad
want to
over.
see your daddy, man.
He's not at home, otherwise he will probably be in here already. But you know,
he's not at home.
I'm gonna tell him he should start streaming.
It's gonna take over. Okay, I want to tell you also something. I made an announcement that hopefully also as a player is gonna cheer you up a lot.
Oh boy!
Because Pinstech put 50,000 for tournaments, but we take 30,000 for this one, and it was going to be 20, and it's not gonna be the next tournament a 20,000 tournament because Pinstech is so happy with King of the Desert. And in 2021, it's going to be another 50,000 tournament 1v1.
Oh boy.
That is sick.
Sounds great. Sounds great.
And you know, MBL, that I'm not a fan from water maps and this kind of maps. So you can imagine what kind of maps it's going to be. It's going to be maps that for both players that are now here and for people in the stream, you know that land maps is going to be the way to go. Not going to be another Arabia tournament, but also not going to be a water map tournament. I'm sorry to tell you guys, but it's what it is. It's what it is. I wanted to also motivate you both a lot. Well, anything you wanted to ask Mr. Jordan to finish this interview with both players? Great performance by both.
Yeah, one situation which comes to my mind is the last game where MBL named the boar, and Larry, you ran past him, but you didn't realize it.
I didn't see anything at all, actually. I was exploring with my village. I was walking around. I was like, it has to be somewhere here. I remember it being here, right? And I was like, was it here? Like, was it really there? Maybe it was just some illusion or something. And then I checked the minimap because I explored between his TC and the boar, right? So I thought I would be able to see if he lames it, but I never saw it, actually, until I saw it low HP scout.
Yeah, you also ran the 2 stolen sheep into him. So that was a good moment.
Oh my. I
didn't notice any of that.
No.
I was passing your scout. Was oh shit, this is gonna be bad, and you just passed me. So pretty happy actually.
Did 2 sheep instead.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, anything that you want to say, and we can finish this interview. Thank you also for comment. Thank you for the great performance by both in the tournament. Really congratulations. So anything you want to say, your turn, MBL, and then Leary.
Oh, yeah. Well, I didn't really expect to
caught him off guard
to be in the finals. So I had a great experience with the tournament. It's been awesome. Thank you, Mem, Corsini, and all the co-casters and everything, and the people that cheered for me. And insanely well played to Leary today. He was playing very, very good. I tried my best. I got under a lot, so that was really hard catch up. So. But yeah, Leary very, very well played, and you deserve it for sure.
Thank you. First of all, I want to thank everyone who supported me throughout this whole tournament. My family obviously goes first. My dad, which you already know probably. My sister, my brother, my mom. Hope I don't forget anyone. My friends all out there. They were all curious about the tournament. They're all cheering right now for me. My phone is like constantly ringing. Thanks for everything. It means a lot to me. Well played to all the contenders. Well played. I don't think many would have the mentality to come back from 3-0 in the final. Every match was like close and close. Pretty sure it could have gone either way if I made some misdecisions or something. Some things went your way. And well, last but not least, thanks obviously to you, Mem, for hosting this awesome tournament. Thanks for I hope I pronounced his name right, Princhek.
Okay, MBL, help him, please.
Pinstack, yeah. Thanks for the spot. I forgot to say thanks.
Almost. Thanks a lot for putting up the money. Obviously great. Thanks to Microsoft who put something in there as well, right?
Allowed to, yes.
I
I see that
knew
you're
it.
really informed. Help him again,
Yeah.
because this
And my
Leary
eyes are
is
about to
panic,
bleed,
right?
man. Like in a 10-minute break, I went to the mirror. It was like my eyes were about to bleed, man. They were all full red. Like I haven't been so focused in a long time. Actually, forever probably. Like how many? 5 hours straight. And where was I? Oh, that's my point. Yeah, thanks to the organizers, thanks to Microsoft, and obviously big thanks to you, man, for putting up this great event. And I can only wait for your next one.
Hopefully it's gonna be soon, like we say. Thank you guys for the great performance. Because to be honest, I mean, if you don't show this incredible gameplay, we can make the best settings possible, but nothing can be done. So definitely, the biggest part here is you, the players, Leary, MBL, and everyone. Thank you for coming. Congratulations to both, because I know that not winning is not the best, but you cannot blame, in my opinion, anything to yourself. MBL, you played great during all the tournament. And you as well, Leary.
Thank you.
Yeah, also from my side, both of you, really high level of performance, and you can really be proud of yourself. Really good job.
Thanks, Jordan.
Thanks. Yeah.
I will meet you at the ladder.
I'm gonna play some rank games now if you want. So.
I'm
already here.
Oh my God, MBL! I'm gonna play, and he will put 14 and start. I don't have time to waste. Okay.
Reminds me of the DF days back in the days.
Crazy this MBL. MBL classic. People say classic MBL in the chat. Okay. MBL, congratulations, Leary, the kid. Not I won't call you kid anymore. Okay.
It's fine. I'm using meme right now. Thank you.
Larry, let's go queue up a ladder. Let's go.
Shut up, like.
Shut up.
You're nuts,
Guys,
actually.
I just see on Steam MBL is now starting to play Age of
Empires. Yeah.
So are you really gonna play? Okay, guys, when we finish the stream,
he was expecting the whole 12 games.
Everyone go to MBL channel. I will host him. Okay, I will host him. MBL, Leary, again, congratulations and thank you for this great interview. Bye, bye, guys.
Bye, bye, dude.
Bye, bye. Thanks for everything.
Well, this is well, you're still here.
That was it. KOTD 3 champion is Leary. Goodbye, Hippo lovers, on YouTube.